chat there.
Yeah, it appears the stream ended. So I guess just stream is up now.
Yeah,
Or
yes,
yeah.
I'm Yasuka. Is the
it's
stream
working now.
Was that JM
Because
in the chat?
Oh no!
Okay, my
oh,
stream's
that's why it
working
was
now.
working.
Yeah, possibly.
Bro, why is it so low quality on your side though? Like,
What?
Kazakhstan internet.
bro, Sakura, stream, because your quality was so much better.
Hold on, my stream
Well,
is
his
working
stream is
right
gonna be
now.
over,
It's
so
working.
you'd have
It's
to
working. It's
you'd have
working.
to re-pick it back up and create a second stream.
Yeah, just do a new stream. Whatever. JM was the only one watching.
I'm back. I just had to fix my shit.
Hold on.
JM was the only
one watching, wasn't I?
Hell,
You
I
were the
have
one in the
bad
chat, right?
Yeah, it was.
Shitty bit rate.
Well, it's good that we can start the stream again because last like we were fucking fucking doing
All right,
nothing,
keep
bro,
going.
for like
What are
an
you guys
hour.
doing?
Yeah.
We're waiting for Sakura to start the stream.
It's already started.
Where did you put the fucking link, bro?
Bro, it's right. It's right in front of you, bro.
Where? Bro, what do you mean in the voice channel chat?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Bro, you just posted it.
No, I didn't, bro. It's the same name. Just open up the channel, bro.
So
Okay,
it doesn't have any thumbnail.
Go post his link. Like replace your message in Zulu server with Sakura's link.
Oh my lord.
Okay, and repost the fucking what's it called?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Repost the drive links. Repost the drive links in the chat.
I mean, the drive links are already in the separate VOD, so if you want to go look at the VOD.
Okay, yeah, just go look in the separate VOD. Yeah. There we go. We'll just continue.
Replay on the VOD. So.
Yeah, there'll be a chat replay on the other VOD.
I don't think you're streaming anything. I don't. I think it's just a black screen, isn't it?
It's working on my side.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying on Sakura's side,
it's working.
No, it's there now. It's there.
It's working.
Maybe it just took my phone a second. I'm sorry.
Wow,
my phone is bad.
5 viewers. It's all us.
We're making it up in the world.
All right, let's do this, guys. We could start, bro.
Finally, bro.
Maybe rewind a little bit. He's starting to talk.
I'll just end my stream.
Before the slide changed. Yeah.
Okay. To the miserable creatures that make up the planet. Let's turn to Darwin's Earthworms, and I wish that you would appreciate that this word awareness, in modern psychology the word consciousness is used a lot. I find this word not very helpful. When we use words, we like to see if we can tag the piece of nature to which the word refers. So what does the word awareness refer to? And I will follow Ed Reed, a student of Darwin and an ecological scientist, in saying that it refers to functionally specific variability. So here's Darwin's experiments.
He's definitely an objectivist, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that consciousness. He said consciousness is not like very satisfying, and awareness refers to.
You wouldn't hear it like you would only hear objectivists say something like, "What facts of reality does it refer to?" You know?
Yeah.
Sensory organs. It has no discernible brain. Very important. Let's see what it does.
Very important because there's so much emphasis put on like the whole neuronal system, the nerves, all of that part of the body. It's like, oh, this is what's causing action. This is how the human works. But you got a worm that is none of that. I think it's super important to really exemplify that perception action cycles are not still limited, right? They can work with all kind of hardware to use.
Yeah, I mean, what is the means?
right.
What is the means of perception, right? What is like the like?
Mm.
What's the basis of perception, right? It's literally like the very structure, right, of the ambient like array, like like the sea of energy that you're just like immersed in, like this omnipresent sea of energy, right? And this it's structured by all the you know surfaces and like how they like relate to each other, right? The surface layout, right? Structured surface layout, and that very structure is like the means of perception. It's the means of focusing on things like affordances. We'll get into that, but it's literally I mean unstructured light cannot be focused, right? And this is seen in the Gansfeld effect, right? And like snow blindness, right?
1881. Conscious burrows with leaves. It pulls them by the narrow end. So it finds them, it goes out and finds them, pulls them in, and to fit them, you have to rotate them. Pull them in by their pointed ends. So its body goes across and it rotates and pulls in. It's selective for the leaves. They have to have the right substance, right texture. But it's not selective when the air is moist and warm. Doesn't need to be. Mr. Darwin would put in his experiments just pieces of paper of different kinds, different texture, different sizes, tear them up, throw them near the burrow. And the worms would then simply elect pieces of paper, pieces of cardboard that were right. And look at the invariant here. Persistent constraint on whatever they do is the size of the pieces relative to the burrow exit. This is
The worm's behavior is a constant function of that invariant right there. That's what the worm's behavior is, a constant function of, and that's like Tetsushi Nonaka, like he has a couple of papers referencing this work specifically on worms, right, from Darwin, and like J.J. Gibson's mentor Holt, who would reference this, right, and this is really where it all comes from, and from Reed, right, which is another Gibsonian scholar, but I'll post Tetsushi Nonaka like his explanation of it here, and because he uses the words like what is the worm's behavior a constant function of, right?
I think there's also something super important here where like the worm is doing that respective to the burrow size without being in contact with it, and like brain matter to hold that information as it's kind of put in like common psychology. The worm technically has no like brain matter to store information of any kind. So where this information is stored under such a model, that's where, I mean, from our point of view, it's just the entire system. At this point, it's the worm leaf burrow system, and it size of the burrow relative to the leaves. That's a property of that system, and I think that's just something that's very important in trying to understand the the information, what we're talking about, where that information is. It's not reducible to any part of it. It's them as a whole.
Those two papers I just posted are from Tetsushi Nonaka, a Japanese researcher in ecological psychology. He has a lot of interesting work.
But the worm makes its choice when it's outside the burrow. No brain, no discernible sense organs, not of the kind we're used to seeing. And if there are no leaves available in its natural habitat, then, as Mr. Darwin pointed out, it just uses stones. Goes and finds pebbles, different sizes, different kind,
Grab a
and
drink real quick.
does what it does. And here's the story, right? It's aware,
So,
it's aware of things that afford plugging and lining the burrow. And here's Darwin. Lovely work.
wait, so consciousness is the function of the whole system?
Yeah, right. It's a
So-
fact. It's a fact of the organism environment system, and like And there's
So
also a section in like Turvey's lectures on perception, and like lecture like 21 or 22, I think, or maybe it's 20, where he talks about the worm is like with like the soil, like it literally forms like a functional like kidney, right? Like a kid like an
yeah,
actual kidney with the soil, like, and like its specific environment, and the way it like this, it has like this reciprocity with its environment, and it forms like a kidney, like an actual, like it functions like a kidney, you know but it's like outside of its body, not
yeah.
inside.
So consciousness is not even
Oh,
consciousness is localized to the organism, right? Right.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of it, like, I mean, when you try to think of where is consciousness, right? I mean, like, you can only really point to like its object and the means of consciousness, right? And the means is the structure of the ambient energy, right? The ambient array, and the objects are affordances. So, I mean, what you're pointing to is the whole like organism environment system.
Earthworms, he says. They deserve to be called.
Oh, also, I'll link up like one thing. Like, this book has a lot of stuff on, what I was saying earlier about, like unstructured light cannot be focused, right? There's a lot of stuff on that in here, and like ecological optics in general, and like a modern treatment of it, which is useful. So I'll post that as well. You
Second man
can-
to human
I'll send you
world
the
these
thing.
circumstances. So where are we? For all organisms of all five kingdoms. See this word? We're scientists. Right? Our job is to take words like heat and energy and mass and all these crazy words and nail them down. That's our charge. Take the ordinary language that we use to describe the world, nail down the terms. Awareness of, perceiving meaningful distinctions and organizing actions accordingly. All five species. You can trot out experiments for bacteria, for protectista, for fungi, for plantae, for animalia, showing that line holds for all five kingdoms.
So here we're looking.
The
Oh yeah,
here
you
we're
wanted to say
looking at the
something.
principle, right?
Yeah,
we're looking
there's
for
also
the right
some work.
variables.
There's also some, a lot of work done on like, what's it called? Like the slime mold fungus, right? Like, that's some pretty cool, like, interesting research.
Yeah. What were you trying to say? I don't think we heard you well.
We're looking for the right variables here, right?
Right. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like, what is the worm's behavior a constant function of? Right. We're looking for the invariants, right, which is the information that's guiding its behavior, which is like the control variables. It's the means of controlling its behavior. And I don't know if we want to get too much into that. We talked a little bit about that earlier. I don't know who was there. Who was here when we talked about that earlier?
But
I think I was here. I'm not sure exactly what you're
No,
referring
no,
to.
no. It was way before. I think we and
Oh,
Sakura were there when we talked about that earlier. Or maybe it was a faint noise. I was just in VC with a faint noise, and you guys left. But yeah, I talked a little bit about that, how like, we find like stability through variability, right? And then like we were able to basically, as a
Oh yeah, I
baby,
was there.
the system is always active, right? So as a baby,
oh yes, yes.
right, I mean, we have all these involuntary twinges and everything, right? And that helps, like, that's necessary for developing our, somatosensory like nervous system, or like our basically our spinal like reflexes and stuff, like in it, just like how you pull your hand away, right, when something's hot, right? And basically, like, we're always like the system's always active, right? So I mean, if we suppress these twitches, right, we see that like chemically, right, if we suppress these like prenatal and postnatal twitches, I mean, it's also like when you're sleeping, you have these like spontaneous like muscle twitches, you know. It's like if we suppress them, like we see the development gets like hindered, you know, it messes up, like it doesn't develop properly, right? But
It was done with mouses, I think, right?
basically through this activity, through all this variability, we're able to differentiate, right, the forces that we generate, right, we generate, right, and the forces that, like, you know, things around us are generating, that are pushing us around, you know. So then we're able to basically, like, able to detect patterns in that variability and variant patterns, right? And we use those variables to control, to better control, right, our behavior, right,
I
the
wonder if that's how
generation
we
of
get
forces,
chills.
right. And basically we have these onboard forces, right, that we can deploy. These onboard, this, we have an onboard like metabolic like source of potential of sources, you know, of forces, I mean, right. So like it basically our onboard like forces like can compete with the like environment's forces, right? And this is like advanced stuff, right? But this is like the basic, like how we understand, you know, ecological information, right? It basically, like the onboard source of forces, right, the forces generated by the organism competes with the forces of the environment, right, and such that, you know, it basically gets balanced out, right, and then the environment, like the surround, right, is like it is now essentially a non-local forceless field, right. So like the mass dimension and the force dimension, which is like key to, like, you know, basic like you know, like what would be like in a mechanical like picture of things, right. It gets, you know, it's not relevant, right. So we're only concerned with like length and time, and length plus time, right, which is, you know, just spectral, geometric, and kinematic, right, metrics, right, and those would be defined at the ecological scale, like a commensurate with behavior. But basically we can ignore the mass dimension, right, because it gets drowned out, like it gets suppressed, right, it gets balanced out. And it's like um the main point here can be like illustrated with an example, right. There's this key experiment called the Lee room, right, where basically, like you can see a bunch about this in, you know, Turvey's book Lectures on Perception, but there's also this important paper I'll post right now really quick about it by Shaw. uh, Optical pushes, right. Can
I
optical
tried
pushes,
it.
yeah. So basically when you're in this Lee room, and basically it's like the walls are not connected to the floor. It's like it's hanging by a rope, like attached to the ceiling above the room, right? And it's like it's flush with the floor, but it's not connected to the floor, right? And so basically, like I said, you know, you find stability through variability, and that's how you control your behavior. And so if you try to stand, this will be important for the example, right? So if you try to stand perfectly still, right? Try your hardest, like use all your like effort to try and stand perfectly still right now. And you'll see that you actually start losing your balance and you have to catch your balance, right? It's because postural sway, the variability, it's very essential, right? To, you know, you staying upright, staying stable, right? Postural stability, right? And basically the way you do this is the variability of your behavior is continuously linked to, you know, the surface layout right around you. Yeah. The surface layout around you. Oh, did I link the paper here? Here's the paper. Optical pushes on the Lee room, right? But basically it's continuously linked to the surface layout around you, right? And standing upright is not an easy task, really. Like we take it for granted, but it's something we had to learn. We had to detect the right variables, right? In order to control our behavior, right?
Mhm.
So to, you know, to find the stability in that variability in the postural sway. right? Because we can't do it just by staying perfectly still. We can't stay perfectly still, you know? We have to find the stability of standing up straight in the sway, you know? But basically, we can get to the Lee room now, right? Because our postural, like, you know, our posture is continuously linked, right, to the surface layout, right? It's like, you know, if we, you know, this is what it's called, we call it optical push, right? It's like if we, you know, there's like a sudden perturbation, right, and we move like the walls of the Lee room, right, because it's flush with the floor, right? We would actually fall forward, like we would fall, you know, because
Yeah.
like and there's no, like, keep in mind, there's no force from the walls pushing you, right? Right? You get what I'm saying? The
Yeah,
walls
it's
are
just
not
like a
pushing you.
drastic change in environment that
They're not even touching you, right? But there's an informational linkage between your behavior and the environment, right? And that's the non-local, like forceless relationship. Information is forceless. It doesn't cause you to move, right? You select it and controls it, squeezes out your behavior in a specific way, constrains it, right? And basically, right, like I can give, like, we can talk a little bit more about the the Lee room, right? So like if you, we can also measure, like, if you move like the walls forward even a little bit, like like not enough for you to even notice it, right? You will still lean forward. You won't even notice it, but you will lean forward, right? Because you're just, your posture is just like invariantly linked, right? Like posture as a behavior, as an active process, right? It's invariantly linked to, you know, the surface layout, right? For supporting it, right? So like you can actually measure like your ankles, right? And your ankles will be angled like like slightly forward, as much forward as you know, as you move the Lee room, as you move the walls of the Lee room, and you can keep moving it forward and moving it forward, and you'll like eventually fall over. You wouldn't even notice that you were really off balance, right? And you could, there's also another case where you're walking like forward in the Lee room, right? And we make it look like the walls are going backwards, and you'll think you're walking backwards, right? But it's just
yeah.
interesting stuff because there's no force. There's no force here, right? There's
In a
no
more
local,
classical sense.
yeah, there's no local, like, you know, mechanistic contact, right, between the wall and you, right? It's not touching you. It's not pushing you,
Mhm.
right? It's forceless, this informational linkage, but it's still lawful, right? It's still lawful enough to control behavior, right?
Yeah.
But that I don't even remember what got us down that road, right? But it's very important stuff, like very basic stuff about how, you know, ecological psychology, like like, oh yeah, I remember, we're trying to find the right variables, right? And that's what that entails. We're trying to find these macroscopic, like, control variables, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You went on about a lot of very technical word, but I think overall you can kind of summarize that or reiterate by the right variables, the right forces, the right physics for
Well,
the
not
phenomenon that we're
forceless.
looking at.
We're talking
Yeah.
about information. It's forceless.
Hmm. The right variable, yeah, it's more encompassing.
What
And there's a
constraints,
physics
what
to it. There's a
variables are
physics to it,
relevant
how
to the
like your
specific thing?
onboard, yeah, your onboard forces are competing with the environment's forces and balances out. That's how you get this forceless, like, non-local field, right? And there's a lot of like stuff about this in Turvey's, you know, Turvey's work, right? You can search more about that in Turvey's work. I should probably just post the collection of Turvey's papers, right?
What were you saying, Sakura?
It's just that we're
You
like looking for a bunch of different variables and constraints that are relevant to whatever you're like looking at, right? Because it's like if we're
Right.
talking
yeah,
about
the
posture, we're looking at the relevant variables, like we're trying to find.
Like postural time to contact, like Stoffergen was talking about.
Yeah.
is this. Commensurability of psychology, biology, and physics. Descartes gave us the first incommensurability.
Maybe rewind a little bit because we were talking over him a bunch.
The major desideration for the required kind of science is this. Commensurability of psychology, biology, and physics. Descartes gave us the first incommensurability. He gave us the distinction between mind and matter. He wrote about it well and elegantly.
This is straight from Swenson.
Kant gave us the second one. The second postulate of incommensurability.
What is straight? Okay, the paper.
And it
Sorry.
was advanced by Boltzmann. Boltzmann, unfortunately, took thermodynamics and made it statistical mechanics.
Wait, maybe we should go back to the last slide because we didn't read the last slide. You know, when it was finished.
Well, a lot of it was already explained by Terry, I think. Talking about
Plus, I mean,
when the
people
leaves are
can
not
read.
available, then it's going to use small stones where.
Yeah,
Plus, I
yeah,
mean,
and you can
people
just
watching can
paper,
look at-
read.
piece of paper instead.
Here, this is Swenson's papers. This is really important. So also post both the collection of Turvey's papers and Swenson's papers. What he's talking about now, the postulate of incommensurability from Descartes and the postulate of from Kant, the Kantian cut, the Cartesian cut, right? He's getting that straight from Swenson, and Swenson talks about all of that.
What is interesting is his definition of awareness of, which comes back to when we were talking about concept formation, where
Mhm.
that's kind of the sum, but that I think I inverse them. You know, the principle we were discussing earlier. We have like in common the lesser difference, and we're just looking at the thing that's in common with every animal kingdom, every living organism, basically.
I mean, it's just a matter of scale, and we'll see when we get into like the global thermodynamics stuff. You know, it's just a matter of scale. What is life? What do you need for consciousness? Right? It's not a matter of building it up from more basic building blocks, right? I mean, we'll get into that. But yeah,
Five species. You can trot out experiments for bacteria, for protectista, for fungi, for plants.
but you see how the worm varies the means for that. It varies the means to realize the same end.
Modifying its burrow.
That line holds for all five kingdoms.
I think there's almost something interesting here because it's doing that to sustain its burrow, but that's also embedded in the broader scope of the worm's life.
Yeah, globally at the scale of the planet, right? The geocosmic Earth system, it's maximizing entropy production.
Mm.
It's increasing the rate of entropy production at the
I'm sure
at the scale of the planet as a whole. Yeah.
if someone does not know much about what we're talking about, going from the worm is dealing with its burrow to the planet.
Well, that's really why. When you say why is the worm here doing its thing? Why do we have worms doing worm things? All right, it's because it increases the rate of entropy production at the scale of the planet as a whole. But like, we'll get into that.
A big step.
Turvey will get into that.
For the required kind of science is this. Commensurability of psychology, biology, and physics. Descartes gave us the first incommensurability. He gave us the distinction between mind and matter. He wrote about it well and elegantly, thus his influence. Kant gave us the second one. The second postulate of incommensurability, that between biology and physics, and it was advanced by Boltzmann. Boltzmann, unfortunately,
I don't remember
thermodynamics and made it
Turvey explains these incommensurability in this.
And he also talks about Boltzmann too.
I wonder too what amount of details, because those are also super interesting topics. I guess we'll wait if he doesn't
Yeah, I mean,
comment
he
on
doesn't really
more.
talk about it too much. He's just getting it from Swenson, and I would read Swenson for all of the everything about this, right?
Yeah, his
Yeah, yeah.
asymmetry and symmetry breaking principle paper. I think that's the one where you
Yeah,
guys recommended.
I posted, the collection of Swenson's papers. It's in the chat. But yeah, rewind a couple of seconds because like Eddie was talking over Terry there.
Kant gave us a second one. The second postulate of incommensurability, that was in biology and physics, and it was advanced by Boltzmann. Boltzmann, unfortunately, took thermodynamics and made it statistical and argued that nature moves in the direction of ever-decreasing order. Thereby, biologists gave up on physics. How can this be true? Since look around you and look at processes like development, processes like the becoming a learner. You learn something. All of those are going in the opposite direction to the ill-sated nature of the second. The two postulates, I think, have had a profound effect. They dictate orthodox theory, and they are the grantors of how we do research on perception action. They encourage taking loans of intelligence to explain perception action. This is a great phrase for me. I like this phrase a lot. It's one that was introduced into the vocabulary of sciences by Dan Dennett. It's basically the thesis that you are not permitted to explain something intelligent by making reference to a piece of meat. You can't say your explanation of why is something which is just like one. You can't even say that with the brain. You can't say the explanation of why is this piece of brain which is endowed with just those properties that you wish to explain. Keeping to this rejection of loans.
Yeah, and it's a petitio principii. It's a begging the question fallacy. I mean, you're using what you're trying to explain in order to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see journals in psychology, in cognitive science, in biology, to have 1 year when no one's allowed to publish a paper where loans of intelligence are sitting inside the paper. 1 year when you're never allowed to let the organisms infer the nature of the world. 1 year. It would do wonders for science. That's my hope. Discourages, in addition, explanations from first principles. Let's have a look. What kind of science then? Let's start here. The origin and evolution of perception action is deeply and directly connected to thermodynamics. Evolution is a global phenomenon. By the 1980s, we could draw these pictures. They had been anticipated by the great Russian scholar Vernadsky, Leonid Vlassky. My Russian friend will tell me how to say it right. And he had made such pronouncements in the latter part of the 1800s, early part of the 1900s. But let's see what it is. Look at this panel A. This axis is the percentage of atmospheric oxygen. It stops at 100. So this curve is showing you the growth of atmospheric oxygen. You'll notice that the planet is
Sakura.
15 years old.
Yeah, Sakura. So you could pause it. You should you probably gotta pause it. Yeah. So like you should probably open you could even open like go up and you can open the one on ecological physics. I think it was like the second one I posted. Like all the way up you scroll up, I think it's like the second one I posted. Yeah, that one. Yeah, the second one I posted. There it is. You can like look at the figure there because that's the figure he's pointing to. Like if you scroll down, you can see the figure that he's pointing to read it because you can't really read it on the screen, you know. And like the examples, I mean the explanations there too.
I'm not seeing it.
I can't see you even looking for it on the screen. It's in the chat, not in VC text. Yeah, no, it's in the chat, like in the voice channel chat. It's the second one I posted.
In VC text?
In the chat, in the side chat.
Yeah, the second one.
The side, no, go up, go up. It's the second one I first posted, not that one. Go up. Scroll up. Scroll up. Scroll up. It's the second one there. Yeah.
Ecological physics.
No, go down. It's the second one there. Yeah. Sorry, it's a little bit lagging. I'm looking
Okay.
at the stream.
It's a delay. Fine.
Yeah, you go down, you see it there. Yeah. Maybe you want to read the explanation of the figure.
Sure. Figure 11.2. Over geological time, measured in billions of years, atmospheric oxygen accumulated gradually at first, and then at a comparatively rapid pace with increasing numbers and varieties of life forms until it reached its current level of 21% of the atmospheric gases, 100% on the vertical axis of Figure A. The accumulation began about 2 billion years ago when the Earth's oxygen-binding chemicals became saturated in the oxygen released by bacteria during photosynthesis was free to enter the atmosphere. The oxygen
Yeah,
buildup.
basically like early life, like they basically linked together like the virtually unlimited source of energy is sunlight and the virtually unlimited source of like, I forget, like hydrocarbon, whatever it is, like in water, you know what I mean? And then they create oxygen from that, and like produce like a bunch of entropy.
Yeah, because that's like kind of like plants' role.
Right. But you see, you can continue. No, not the lecture.
3.8.
Oh no, it's chill. He's reading it.
The oxygen buildup is a measure of a progressive ordering or internal entropy production of the planetary system as a whole. Looking within the last billion years, Figure B, the rate at which the planet's chemicals energy was burned up through the use of the oxygen increased with the rate at which the respiration per unit mass of the living things increased as the numbers and levels of living things progressively amplified, pictured in B. An important reading of A and B is that living things and the planet constitute a unitary system abiding by a principle of maximizing the rate of entropy production.
Right. And I mean, you probably like maybe you can read the like surrounding context where it's referring to this figure. You know what I mean? Because it says something about it. If you want to do that,
Let's
like
see if I
right above it, right below it. You see it like it's talking about it right above it, right below it.
mention it
A
up here.
point there to make that if there's ever a lack of oxygen, there would be like just at the planetary level another source or organisms that arise that produce more. Like there's not a limit necessarily
Yeah.
to the
You
amount of
read. You can read from there. Yeah, read from there.
Okay. In 1913, Lawrence Henderson published a small volume entitled The Fitness of the Environment, in which he sought to balance Darwin's evolutionary thesis of the fitness of living things for their environments with an account of the fitness of our planet for life. For example, he addressed the importance of the heat capacity of liquid water in maintaining a relative constant temperature of the Earth's surface, a feature essential to the survival of organisms which can function only within a restricted temperature range. Henderson's work was given a mixed reception. Some found it stimulating, others thought it was platitude. I don't know how to say that. Platitudes. The investigation of the evolution of the Earth as a system, conducted largely since Henderson's time, has affirmed Henderson's hypothesis of the reciprocal fit between living things and their terrestrial surroundings. See Twinson, 1989, Twinson-Turvey. Key observation is the increase over geological time of entropy production in the biosphere with the growth and differentiation of organisms. Figure 11.2a shows a progressive departure of the Earth as a global single system away from equilibrium as indexed by the increase in atmospheric oxygen. The transformation of the redox state of the planetary system from reducing when life first appeared some 3.8 billion years ago to mildly oxidative some 2 billion years ago to its present highly oxidative state can be taken as a measure of a progressive ordering or internal entropy reduction of the planetary system as a whole. This progressive increase of order in the small at the
Entropy
scale
reduction, internal entropy reduction, right? Because
internal.
it's basically taking itself farther from equilibrium so it can produce entropy at a faster rate because order produces entropy faster than disorder.
This progressive increase of order in the small at the scale of the Earth is also a measure by the balancing requirements of the second law of thermodynamics of an increasing rate of entropy reduction in the large on the scale of the universe.
Yeah, see, so it's producing entropy at a faster rate, even though it's bringing itself like it's moving itself farther from equilibrium, right? By producing order, right? Because order is producing entropy faster than disorder, and it needs to balance, right? It's entropy production. It needs to balance the energy it's taking in with the energy it's like exerting, like it's I forget the word,
So like it's internally
expelling
reducing.
Yeah. It's internally producing order, producing life, right? Because like if it, in on the Boltzmannian like view of the second law, right? Like you can't, this is impossible. I mean, like you can't have an increase in order, right? If the second law is viewed as a law of disorder, right? Like you can there's only like order can only ever decrease, right? There can't be a transition from disorder to order, right? Like there is in the transition from conduction to convection in Bernard Rayleigh Bernard convection, right? It's a transition from disorder to order, right? Because the ordered flows, the convection, right, which is literally like the convection cells are like orders of magnitude way like bigger, like on like spatial temporal dimensions, right? Like uh then the particle to particle bumping around, that is like conduction, you know what I mean? It basically it once the temperature difference, right, between the heat source, right, and the air, right, gets large enough, right, the oil, right, in the pan, it self-organizes into these convection cells in order to produce entropy fast enough, right? Because the conduction is not fast enough, right? Because the potential got large when it's at like a specific like threshold, it gets large enough, that it can't be dissipated fast enough, it can't be minimized fast enough, right? The temperature can't be equilibrated fast enough, right? Under conduction regime, so it needs to produce order in order to produce entropy fast enough to dissipate this potential like this temperature difference.
Right, so it needs to order it and internally reduce the entropy in order to
Yeah, and
produce more.
the temperature, the potential, the difference we're talking about here is literally the geocosmic potential. The fucking Earth is like bathed in like sunlight. You know what I mean? Like all
It's
this
like
energy.
if the potentials get too high, it'll
Right, and we have all these, we have all the right conditions that it's just there's an opportunity here for life like to exist as a means for producing entropy faster rather than like the crazy like weather conditions on Venus or something, right? You get what I'm saying? Like if the Earth wasn't balancing its entropy production, right? It literally couldn't exist.
and so it does that through living.
Yeah.
Living
Like
through
it's literally
memories.
just the most cost-effective means, right, of producing entropy at the fastest rate given the constraints.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to continue reading. It's just a
I don't
little bit
remember
more.
where
You
we
know?
were.
We were right here, ordering or internal entropy reduction of the planetary system as a whole, right? This progressive increase of order in the small at the scale
Oh, I
of the
see.
Earth is also
Is also a measure by balancing requirements of the second law of thermodynamics of an increasing
Eddie
rate
just
of
left.
entropy reduction in a large on the scale of the universe.
What are you saying? Somebody wanted to say something?
Eddie just left. I was just saying.
Where the fuck did
Bro,
bro? Oh, bro, Eddie, come on. Back. Back. Is he back? Yo, okay. No, he's not. Okay. Eddie? Eddie? What happened,
We need to
man?
spam them again.
No, he'll come back. He'll come back. He'll come back.
Okay. Let's go back to that paper.
The thing. Yeah, right there, the second one. There we go.
So
Yeah.
the atmosphere at the outset of life was mildly reducing, meaning that the earthliest life forms were anaerobic, acquiring their energy resources through fermentation about 3.5 billion years ago. Protocyanobacteria, ancestors of blue-green algae, achieved a linkage between the limitless supply of photons from the sun and the essentially limitless supply of electrons in water to bring about the release of oxygen into the atmosphere. As a consequence, life proliferated at an accelerated rate. Atmospheric oxygen accumulated beginning about 2 billion years ago. Once the oxygen sinks, such as iron formations were filled, and the planetary redox potential shifted from reducing to oxidative. Atmospheric oxygen functioned as an internal resource or potential that operated over evolutionary time to drive the planetary system even farther from equilibrium. Figure 11.2b elaborates the preceding theme by showing that not only did terrestrial entropy production increase with an increase in the quantity of order or living matter over geological time, but so did the intensity of entropy production. Specifically, figure 11.2b depicts the respiration intensity per unit mass of living things over the past 600 million years. Aerobic respiration, oxidative phosphorylation, is the process by which living things employ oxygen to release the energy potential from their food. In aerobic respiration, one molecule of oxygen is used for the conversion of each atom of organic carbon. The mass-specific respiration intensity is the rate at which chemical resources are dissipated or burned by oxygen into waste or heat products per unit mass of body weight. It is therefore a measure of the specific or per unit mass rate of entropy production. In combination, figure 11.2a and figure 11.2b reveal the global nature of evolutionary ordering. Higher ordered states require higher rates of dissipation to maintain their spatial and temporal extents.
Which is just their dissipative surfaces, right?
Dissipative surface.
Yeah, their space-time dimensions is equivalent with their dissipative surface extent, like the extent of their dissipative surfaces. That's like, remember, order produces entropy faster than disorder. That's like how.
Okay.
Swenson talks about this, right? So you could look in Swenson's stuff about this. In his most recent papers, he talks about that.
All right. I think we got most of the relevant information. I think we can go back to the lecture.
First creatures appeared. Prokaryotes, bacteria. By this point in time, they did something amazing, right? The bacteria, what did? They took two massive energy supplies. That coming from the sun, that provided by the oceans. They took photons, and they took water, and they use the photons to split the water molecule,
I mean, he just
releasing
said
oxygen.
it.
One of the world's greatest ever inventions by bacteria. But this oxygen had to be absorbed by iron, so nothing happens. Look at this. This is the build-up of. To this point here, 2 million years ago, the world was just absorbing the oxygen. And then all of a sudden, all of the metals have done their absorption. This is how we know these things. And now oxygen
What did he just say?
become part of the atmosphere. As soon as it does that,
All of a sudden, something.
All the
I
metals, the metals have absorbed the oxygen.
bacteria. But this oxygen had to be absorbed by iron, so nothing happens. Look at this. This is the build-up of. To this point here, 2 million years ago, the world was just absorbing the oxygen. And then all of a sudden, all of the metals have done their absorption. This is how we know these things. And now oxygen begins to become part of the atmosphere. As soon as it does that, look what happens. Why? Because atmospheric oxygen is a measure of distance from equilibrium, and it is an internal potential. It amplifies processes, pushing the Earth system further from equilibrium. Look at this function over here.
And Swenson talks about this with like autocatakinetic stuff, like how it cycles back, like the onboard potential, like it amplifies basically the resource like gathering kind of, like, you know what I mean, like it amplifies it, so like it amplifies its dissipative surfaces, like its spatial temporal extent, so it can access otherwise inaccessible potentials.
1,000 years. This is the growth from crustacea to primates. Become pretty late. You'll notice that what's going on is that the respiration intensity per unit mass is ratcheting up. What's this telling us? This is a measure of the dissipation of the chemical potential. Here's an argument, one that's hotly discussed at the moment in the literature. What the hell are we here for? We're here, essentially, to generate entropy. We're producers of entropy. This Earth, when it got formed, found various ways of constellating, compounding energy. These species are coming along and they're taking and they're degrading it. Degrading it. So look at this thesis being argued by Swenson in the United States and Manila in Europe. Organisms and surroundings are part of a directed single evolutionary process that produces progressively more ways and more intense ways to generate entropy. And here's this much discussed so-called, in some,
And that's not externally directed, that's not other directed, by the way. It's just end directed, right, in the sense of the second law, in the sense of it,
like conscience or anything.
it's just in the sense of insensitivity to initial conditions, like we were talking about earlier.
Any source sink system, the Earth is one, will select from available intermediaries. These are available intermediaries. That intermediary or assembly of them that minimizes the potential, maximizes the entropy at the fastest rate given the opportunities or constraints. This, by the way, is just looking at the Baynard convection instability. It's already inherent. You go from a distribution of things operating at the scale of 10 to the minus 5 in space and 10 to the minus 8 in space and 10 to the minus 5 in time. And all of a sudden you have things which you can see with the naked eye. The Baynard.
Yeah, you see what he's talking about. He's talking about the transition from conduction to convection, like it's orders of magnitude like greater, right? And Swenson talks about this in his like newest papers, 2025 paper and 2024 paper, like in more detail there, which is like it's an important point. Like he talks about specifically how specifically like how much like orders of magnitude like bigger it is, and like how like its dissipative surface is way greater, in that sense.
Liquid being heated from below and cooled above. That phenomenon itself is reflecting this law, so people can now argue. What kind of science? We continue. Perception as a two-terms, one-step relation, not a three-terms.
Are you asking where?
Simple diagrams. I like simple diagrams. I like to say to students, use stupid diagrams. Stupid diagrams are way better and very sophisticated. Particularly if you're teaching freshman class. Stupid diagrams are excellent. The animal walks on the surface. The animal sees the surface. The proper objects of perceiving are the same as those of activity. The bacteria moves through a fluid. It sees the particular structures of the fluid. A two-term relation involving, in this case, the same surface that applies in both cases. It's a very simple piece of English, but unfortunately, this notion of direct perception is not something we've ever been able to achieve. Here's perception theory.
Like, wait, pause for a second. How did he get here? Like, you see how he transitioned, right? He transitioned directly from, why are we here? Thermodynamic reasons for perception action cycles. That's the title of the paper with Swetson and Turvey, right? And he's talking about like why it's so like connected, right, to thermodynamic principles, right, like perception and action, right. Then he goes directly into thermodynamics. I mean, it goes directly into direct perception, the two-term relation, you know. So I'll link Swenson and Turvey's paper. Well, actually, you can just find it in the collection there of Turvey's papers or Swenson's papers. You can just find it there. This one, like thermodynamic reasons for perception action cycles. Such a great paper. But yeah, like maybe go back a little bit. Like, what are you guys seeing what's going on here? Like, how did he get? Like, you see, like it was just so smooth. Like I didn't even notice it. You know, like how did he do it? You know. Yo, Eddie, are you there? Are you working?
Yep. I think everything's working.
Yeah. Go back to how he transitioned. Like he was talking about thermodynamics, and then he just transitioned right into direct perception.
What kind of science? We continue.
What kind of science?
As a two-terms, one-step relation, not a three-terms, two-steps relation. Simple diagrams. I like simple diagrams. I like to say to students, use stupid diagrams. Stupid diagrams are way better and very sophisticated. Particularly if you're teaching freshman class. Stupid diagrams are excellent. The animal walks on the surface. The animal sees the surface. The proper objects of perceiving are the same as those of activity. The bacteria moves through a fluid. It sees the particular structures of the fluid. A two-term relation involving, in this case, the same surface that applies in both cases. It's a very simple piece of English, but unfortunately, this notion of direct perception is not something we've ever been able to achieve. Here's perception theory. It is a three-term relation. The animal walks on the surface, but the animal, roughly speaking, sees M. That represents the surface. We're happy here. We don't say you walk on imaginary things. This would be getting very silly. But we're allowed to say something like that here. Perceiving is a three-term relation. A third thing mediates between the animal and the world. And this is all that is meant by indirect perception. So here's James Gibson. The three-terms relation is epistemologically paradoxical. The two-terms relation is not. What kind of science is needed to get the two-terms relation? Now why should I worry? Let's go back. The five kingdoms. The two-terms relation looks exactly like what the other four kingdoms need and all those other animals other than humans. What they need to do is to be in contact with the world. No mediating terms, which then invite all other kinds of pieces of machinery, inferences and representations, abilities to do this and that, which are all intellectual with no basis for their origin. I think it's the true statement. The two-terms relation is not. So I'm going to take you through something which I think is, for our present purposes, far from trivial. The strongest, the best ever three-term theory we've had is by the great 19th century scholar, truly one of the greatest scientists of all time. His fingers touched almost every branch of science. So he argued, brilliantly, how does perception work? It is a matter of unconscious inference. We now slot in the word abductive, introduced by the American scholar Charles Peirce, who used to hang out with William James, or used to be taken care of by William James. The argument is inference is from effect to cause. Look at the theory. This is the theory of perception which almost everybody adheres to.
We're going to get Turvey
What
the
I have
robot.
in my eye is a proximal stimulus. This proximal event has been caused by something in the world. My charge is to infer from the effect to that in the world which would normally have caused it. Modern psychology likes Bayesian statistics.
Why is he bringing this up here? Like, maybe go back a little bit. Are you guys following why he's bringing this up here? The problem of induction. I mean, the problem of abduction. He's bringing this up. The riddle of abduction.
This has to do with in the three-term relation. If the organism sees M, how do we get M? And
Yeah.
also, from the organism's point of view, even if you have M, how do you know that M, which is supposed to be caused by the
Well, M is the
world,
impoverished copy. That's it.
Yeah.
It basically stands to like separate organism environment, right? It's an
Yeah, it's
impoverished like
dualism.
it's like whatever like sensations or whatever. It's the impoverished informational basis, right? That's assumed to be the basis of perception, but like is not sufficient, right?
like if you
I know
take
what he's
sight
talking about. It's
and
just like so given to me that I'm not really.
And so it's still, but it requires still direct perception somewhere, right? It requires direct perception of the mediating thing, right?
Mm.
The tertium quid, right? And basically, otherwise it's an infinite regress, right? Of mediating things.
and Sakura, like you're saying, it's basic, and to some degree, it is, but it's kind of how you can showcase the problem really easily by the two-term and the three-term, and then talking about, okay, well, this third term, how do you get it, and how do you even know that it's supposed to say something about the outside world, given you don't
Right, because
have
there's no necessary
Yeah, that's
there's
the
no necessary
problem.
relation
That's the
between
problem
M
of
and
getting
E.
meaning. That's the problem of getting meaning from a supposed meaningless world.
Right.
Mhm.
You can't
Or
bridge the gap,
Can't do
right?
that.
You need to translate
conventional
two
properties.
incommensurable, like you need to be able to translate like two incommensurable like worlds, right? Two incommensurable languages, right? Like you're translate, but you need to have some fucking dictionary, right? You need this third, like you need like already like knowledge of both, like of both. You know what I mean? You already have to know what you're trying to like connect it to, right? And that's why he's talking about the problem of an abduction here. You know what I mean? You have to have some independent access to it, right?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to maybe give an example because people who don't understand the topic or are not familiar might not understand. Like, okay, why are we talking about a meaningless world?
Like,
It's
why do we
just
have to
the
fix it,
assumptions.
right?
Yeah.
Why fix it? You know what I mean? If the copy is messed up, it's impoverished, right? How do we know that we need to fix it? How do we know it's not, not the right,
Yeah.
like
Why?
we're talking about the basis of perception is like points of intensity, right, on the fucking retina or whatever on a flat 2D
Do we have
plane,
the
like,
right
and it's like
variables?
it's like up like the retinal image, right? It's like it's upside down. You know what I mean? It's all messed up, and it can't give you like depth, right? There's you can't get depth. Like there's the missing third dimension or whatever, right? And it's just like how do you know that it's like that you have to flip it, right? You have to flip the retinal image. You know what I mean? Like how do you know that?
Because intro to ecopsych definitely like examines like all of these like traditional assumptions and how it just
Right.
gets us to, oh well, it must be a copy, it must be impoverished, right? Like I think a lot of it does
Right.
stem from like local causality and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah, that's
right?
kind of what I was trying to talk about. Where if if you just take sight in the image, the meaninglessness that we're talking about is if we're taking locality and like classical physics, we're talking about sight, the image being caused only by the properties of the photons of the
Yeah,
particle,
and
is their velocity, their wavelengths, and
a key
there's
thing
no.
that
Yeah,
Turvey says about like the third term, right? The mediating thing, right? Is that it's something that you have to do something with in order to get to, you know, the object, like the object of reference, right? There's an incommensurability, there's a gap between the object of reference and the object of experience, right? You need to translate the two. But ecopsych says they're one and the same, the object of reference
it,
and the object of experience, right? But like the third term, right, it's impoverished. You have to do something with it, you know. You have computations or whatever, and you have to have these rules beforehand, know how to do something with it, right? Like
it's
to
a
get to the
it's a perfect
to
example of a
reality,
loan of intelligence. Like you have to
right?
do
Exactly.
something with it, but you're trying to even get what it means to do anything and what you you're trying to justify action or how organism can act in the environment and what basis they have on that. And to get that, well, they need to do something to know what to do with it. Like just said like this, it showcases that you've not explained. You just put the action elsewhere, but the origin of that action you've not explained. You've just pushed back the explanation, increased the amount of complexity in your system. You've added something else, and you've not actually explained the fundamental, not the fundamental, but like how it works, how it actually works.
Yeah, it's just kicking the can down the road. So.
Yeah, kicking the can.
Right. I mean, if did you guys like I sort of cut you off there, Eddie? You were talking about light. Uh,
Yeah, just
what's on?
trying to, because I'm sure someone who like doesn't know the traditional assumptions or doesn't know much about like how sight is conceived of, although everybody's like, oh yeah, well there's these photons that enter your eye. If you're taking that basis and you are only limited to the particle of photons, like the properties of photons of those particles. You're talking about like velocity, wavelength. I think there's like 7 of them, but none of them are really like our experience of color. They don't mean anything in the sense that, well, I have the intention of doing something. Like that's not. It's not even something that's not in the photon. There's just no way to
They're not
get that.
relevant for behavior, right?
Yeah,
They're not sufficient for behavior. You know what
yeah.
I mean?
And that's kind of the point of ecological psychology is you can't even get to psychology with those
Like
particles. The
remember, we
dimensional
already talked
properties
about the
vary.
control, what a control variable looks like, right? That's sufficient for controlling behavior, right? This is like this is not it, right? Points of intensity, right, are not the right control variable. It's not the right variables, right? There's no sense that you can use that to control your behavior, right? Because it's not at the right scale to constrain that behavior.
Mm.
Right, and it's good that we went over that earlier. Like to have an example, right, to contrast. You know, like it's the informational basis that's impoverished, right? The informational basis of perception and action, right?
Mm.
The informational basis of behavior. It's either impoverished or it's, you know, there's necessary specificity, right?
Can continue the video, I think, on this.
Oh, you want to continue?
Well, yeah.
Oh, does anyone have anything to?
Since the 1800s, this is a kind of argument you would find in 1800s literature. The paradox of unconscious influence. Causes and their relations to effects must be known, but they can only be known by unconscious influence. All artificial intelligence is by abduction. All robots operate by abduction. The best theories of perception, ones we tell all our students about, are abduction, arguing from effect to cause. The issue is how do you get around this paradox? And it's turned out to be rather bad. These are important people here. Jerry Fodor, a wonderful philosopher, terribly amusing, and very important. He has been a major force behind modern cognitive science. Incredible man. But here he is, in the year 2000, doing just what I'd hoped. Abduction is a bit of a riddle. How can abduction be mechanical, that is computationally implementable? Feasible, that is constituted by modular components which are informationally encapsulated. That means they're constrained to current input and a proprietary database. They can't go anywhere. They have to work in a constrained way because otherwise computation becomes interminable. It's the modular hypothesis. You have to have modular.
Into new information.
What does it mean for abduction to be reliable? Abduction is unencapsulated because you have no a priori basis for delimiting requisite variety of knowledge. Here's my best demonstration. Turvey the robot. Man.
Turvey the robot.
I'm a robot. And I come by this place here, and as I take this step, all of a sudden I get a zap of energy. It's an effect. I must now infer its cause. I have to do abduction. What caused it? This is good. This could be good to know. What caused it? Oh, maybe it's this position of my hand. No, maybe it's the direction I'm looking. Maybe it's how I'm standing. Maybe it's my distance from this. No, maybe it's my distance from that object. Maybe it's because I came from this direction. Or maybe it's because I came through that door. Maybe it's because I'm in this room. Maybe because I'm in the state of Florida. Maybe because I caught a JetBlue to get here. No a priori constraints. Can you get robots to learn? No! You cannot get robots to learn. Someone mentioned today theories that assume innateness.
Remember, must be informationally encapsulated. You know, it can't have it can't be based on new information. It has to be all fixed in advance, right? Only what's fixed in advance.
Robots all the information it has to work.
Otherwise, the computation cannot halt, right? It's the halting problem, right? And if the computation can't halt, you don't compute. There's no computing.
This is quite serious, and here's Jerry Fodor.
Why it doesn't terminate, like you don't have any result. That's what it means.
Right, yeah. It doesn't terminate.
Oh, shit.
Here's the riddle. Abduction can be mechanistic and feasible only if it's not reliable. It can be mechanistic and reliable only if it's not feasible. It can be feasible and reliable only if it's not mechanistic. Resolution. Jerry Fodor and others. It is a case of F and R are non-negotiable. Those are non-negotiable. Therefore, not F. It's mechanically impossible. Fodor, this is wonderful. Abduction really is a terrible problem for cognitive science that is unlikely to be solved by any kind of theory we have heard so far. And I'm concerned that we don't teach our students precisely what's at issue when we tell them our theories of learning, of memory, and perception. What's at issue here? What's at issue is abduction. Arguing from effect to cause and all that entails. And it entails a lot. It's not implementable. It's not a theory that we can work with. The abduction problem is writ large.
Okay, yeah. Pause.
How much?
So, like, go back, right? And let's read. Like, somebody want to read this slide.
Oh, hold on. Can somebody else stream? Because I've been here for 3.5 hours. I gotta go.
I mean, okay.
Stream, bro.
Oh no! Oh yeah, you gotta go. Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Yeah, it's been 3 hours and we've only gotten 20 minutes through the video. Like I
mean, bro, I'm free today, bro. So I'm down to just go through this like this, bro. You know.
Somebody else has to stream because I'm.
You already know it doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
Like,
If I stream it,
watch
it's gonna be
together is
fucked
the
up.
thing.
I'm gonna need to change the whole.
Wait, just like.
Watch
w-
together is what.
Where's we at? Where the fuck is we at?
He had to leave. It was 3 a.m. for him.
Shit. Who's not on their phone?
Who said what about
We'll
watch
just do a
together?
watch together.
After we, so if he left because he's in like Kyrgyzstan or whatever,
Can we do the watch
Uh,
together?
or
Is that a
Kazakhstan or
limited video?
one of
Or...
them Central Asian countries.
Yeah, Sakura should probably control it then. The watch together.
What
Let
are we going?
let Sakura control it.
Sure.
Leave
Yeah,
the
end it
activity.
and then like start
I
a new
can
one.
I can give the host to someone else. Just join it.
Okay.
There you go. Was
I
it
have a
this one?
dog.
Right. Let me know if it
Yeah.
skips for you guys, because sometimes it won't.
I think someone needs to sign
I
in.
mean Sakura, I mean as long as Sakura can stream, like how long can you stream?
I don't know, maybe for like another hour or so before I gotta eat.
Damn,
Like,
an
come
hour.
back.
Okay.
He said an hour.
All right. Yeah. Let's go. Like, if somebody wants to read that slide, like quickly, you know, and like talk, we could talk about it. Like Eddie, do you want to read it?
Wait, for me it's not. I don't see the video on the watch together. I guess I need to log in.
Or I just like leave and like go back into the watch together. I'm watching it on the stream. You can just look at the stream, Sakura stream. Or I guess I also have to, you know, join the watch together. Yeah, just
Use your lunch the app. All
uh,
right.
yeah, yeah. He
Sometimes
when he
watch
starts it.
together is
Yeah, you can't see
Right.
where he's paused really. You have to look at the stream to see where he's paused. His stream.
All right.
But just like keep that open so you can hear the video, I guess. Keep the watch together open.
I don't think I can hear the video. I need to connect my YouTube account for some fucking reason.
Do you see what he's paused on, bro?
Not right now. Even the stream doesn't want to work because I'm not logged in. Because
Okay,
YouTube is
bro.
annoying like that.
Okay,
Yeah,
bro.
now I see it. Now I see it.
Okay, you see it. Okay, there we go.
Well, do you want to read it entirely? Because Turvey did read most of it.
Like read the part like you know about this, right? You've used this argument a couple of times before, so I want you to like discuss it.
Yeah.
Like what's important here?
Well, I think what's kind of the way the sentence that I had kept in mind was that we're dealing here with a computation with which we can't meet the prerequisite for it to even work. Like if we're supposed to have those rules, but those rules can't come from anywhere. They need to be, I think it's the F, like, no, the no a priori, it's the R, right? You need to be able to get information, but you can't get information without running the computation. And there's, that's basically the MNF only if not R, right? You can't implement it computationally, and you can't have encapsulated information without a priori basis, and we can't get that a priori basis. That's not a thing we've found anywhere. That's not a thing that's in the brain. That's not a thing that's in neurons or in genes. That doesn't exist. So it's literally just magic, right? We're dealing with computation we can't meet the prerequisites for. That's kind of the most straight way that I understand it. I don't know if anyone else has.
Well, yeah. So I mean, like, what do you think about the resolution, right?
I'm sorry. What do you mean the resolution? Oh, right. F and R are non-negotiable. Abduction is unencapsulated. Yeah, you can't be limited in knowledge, and the modular aspect from what I understand, modular components are irreformability encapsulated. You have to have like limits. The F is the one I understand the least. I think it's something like the terms that you have in your computation, they need to be
Yeah. I mean, it's just basically
fixed in advance.
it's literally like Turing's halting problem. If you understand that, like just like if you want to understand that, you got to understand Turing's like discussion, like the halting problem.
I haven't read much of Turing, but I think I kind of
Well, like just like
understand.
generally, like you can read like a review about it, just like generally the problem, the halting problem.
From what I understand, is just if you don't have either a fixed amount of terms to run and you always have new terms, then you're never going to reach an end result because there's always new things you have to take into account. So you're never going to
Right.
stop the computation and end with a result.
Right. And you have to have some rule, like the rule has to already, fully like specify the result. You have to have basically independent access to the result already, in order for it to even work, right? It has to be the whole, like the output domain, right? The proprietary database, right? Has to be fully specified already, fixed in advance, right? And you can't like that specification of like those terms is independent, right? It's something that's not entailed here. It's something outside, right? It's something like all that we have, like information in Shannon's sense of the term for information for communications engineering. It's a metric for distinguishing like P from Q, or like or P from Y, right? In this like fixed alphabet, right? This fixed domain, right? Like it's a metric for distinguishing like one fully specified thing from another fully specified thing in this finite domain, right? But it's not a metric for specifying Y or specifying Q, right? Where did they come from, right? And basically it's like how a rule works, right? It's like if the rule is like if you have triangle then circle, like it's just triangle circle, right? And it's just like you apply that rule to like it basically measures like type in a sequence of types, or position, right? Like in a sequence of types. Yeah, it measures position in a sequence of types, a one-dimensional sequence of types, right? So you have like just like a string of symbols basically, right? And a rule itself is just a string of symbols, right? So it's basically you just match up like well, you have a square here, then it tells you like it's fully determined by the rule that then you have a circle, right? Is the next symbol in the symbol string, right? Because it's already fully determined by the rule. It's there in the rule. Like you have both square and circle there in the rule, you know?
Yeah, it's like if you just do 1 + 1, it's 2.
Yeah.
It's kind of already in the rules of arithmetics.
And that way, then what's next in the string of symbols is fully determined by the rule and nothing else but the rule. It cannot be determined by anything else but the rule. Or that's what informationally encapsulated means. Really.
Yeah, mute up, bro.
Is it GM that has a bunch of people talking in the
Yes,
back?
Yeah,
JM.
that's
what the
JM, bro. Mute
yeah.
yourself. JM, mute.
Yo, damn. Shut it up.
Sorry.
There we go. Okay. But you guys get the whole, like, you guys were tracking the argument, like, I mean, the whole explanation I just gave.
Yeah,
I
it's
got
a thing
I
I've.
got distracted by JM, bro. But I get it.
Well, Eddie, you were saying?
Oh, I was just I blinked out. But yeah, it's a Turvey in the Ecological Foundation of Cognition paper, where he literally replies to Fodor and a Philosophine, I think the other guy's name is. He does a good job explaining this and giving examples too. It's a pretty good paper, really showcasing the full extent of the problem. And as far as I know, in that paper too, he also talks about how you're not, you're still not dealing with like how you get intentions from extensions. I think he talks about that in that paper too, where even if you grant like the abduction, you're still not talking about the same thing. You're still going from extensions to intentions, and you can't tell how the rules are doing that.
Right, it's a lot
Like
of
you're,
intelligence.
yeah, I guess it's literally not doing F, right? It's taking something that's outside of the database that can't be implied by the database and just saying, well, you have it. And that's kind of where the loan comes from.
Right. Okay, yeah, I think we're good to continue here. We kind of we integrated.
Is everyone on the same page? On the same like time?
So now the abduction problem writ large, he's gonna go into that, like the upshot of what we just integrated.
Okay, I'm starting the I mean, it's broken.
Likely to be solved by any kind of theory we have heard so far. And I'm concerned that we don't teach our students precisely what's at issue when we tell them our theories of learning and memory and perception.
Can we put subtitles on?
I can't hear it.
Turn the audio on. I can hear it just fine.
Oh, I have to expand the video. My bad.
Bro.
Oh, there's CCs on the top, right?
Play it, yeah, play it.
Arguing from effect to cause and all that entails. And it tells a lot. It's not implementable. It's not a theory that we can work with. The abduction problem is writ large because it's a problem about how much context you need to include to do your inferencing. How much context? So let's look at development. This is Gottlieb. Very interesting student of development. He comes from a wonderful American lineage. It began with a Chinese gentleman from Hong Kong, Kuo. And then it went to Schneider and Lehrman and to Gottlieb. It's a wonderful tradition. They simply said there is no such thing as instinct. There is no such thing as innate. You cannot offer that as a scientific starting point. Do experiments. Figure out what's going on. Find what you need to get creatures of the kind you see that already look pretty smart. So, self-organizing developmental system. It's the only one we have. Notice these particular lines. This is the genetic level, this is the neurobiological, that's the behavioral, and that's the environment. These are point-addable scales that we can worry about. They are.
No, I can't hear the stream.
You gotta enlarge the video.
This is what the story looks like. And some evolutionary theorists these days say it's this thing that nature is pulling out. It's this thing that the fourth law is.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, yo, what? Okay, rewind a little bit. What did you just say? Is this thing that the fourth law is pointing to? Is selection, right? It's basically like it's convergence, like all these different aspects. Like we're including. I don't know if you guys were here when we talked about this, right? Who was asking me about non-obviousness? Like we were talking about this earlier before the stream.
Oh.
Was that you, Sakura?
I remember you said it a while ago. I think it was about instincts.
Right. Yeah. Here. Here's the relevant papers on non-obviousness and what he's talking about now. If you want to post that in the chat. But basically, like we're including all these aspects, right, of the whole like developmental system, right? We're including all these things, like you hear what he said, right? What we're including in the context, right? And it's basically like it all just like it all converges right on a specific like developmental result, you know? And it's
Like all those different
what
scales lead into each other.
Yes, and he explains that more in the papers I just linked, right? Those are the relevant papers on what he's talking about here. There's more stuff on that, like from other other authors. But yeah, just to get an idea. And then it's converging, right? Like the context, right? Remember, the function is coming from the context, right? And so it's converging, right, from the context, from this larger scale, right? And that's like the selection, right, of the fourth law, right? The fourth law that he was talking about earlier, it's a physical like selection principle. We're selecting the fastest, like the path or assemblage of paths, right? The system will self-organize and select the path or assemblage of paths that dissipates or that produces entropy, right, at the fastest rate given the constraints. That's the fourth law from Swenson. And that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about paths, and he's equating developmental paths with dissipative paths. That's the important integration here.
Who, Gottlieb?
Some sense where, I guess, dissipation, if we're to bring it back to like objectivist concept formation, like dissipation of path is like the broad
Remember
principle, and we're just
why
applying
order
it
is produced. Why
Mhm.
order production is selected for, right? Is to produce entropy at a faster rate given the constraints, right? And so basically development is increase in a progressive increase in order, right? It's the same, we're talking about the same thing here, right? Dissipative paths are developmental paths. Developmental paths are dissipative paths.
Still not in undergraduate textbooks, that's for sure. Something. Just we'll go here. I'm going to show you a few experiments, but my point is I wish to show you with
I don't know if you wanted to continue there, if you wanted to say something.
the issue of context.
No, I was.
Because I kind of cut you off, I
Think
think.
yeah, but you said what I wanted to say more precisely. I think that's kind of what because I'm thinking back about like the taking back to the conversations we had with Dog or something. Like the
Right.
people who are like you're saying that like those rules are prior, or they telling us like telling things what to do, but it's always those are the principles, and how that happens depend on the system you're looking at. Or here we're saying basically that the sort of order formation that happens when you learn is in principle the same as like a hot room in winter. When you open the door and the air self-assembles to maximize
Right.
the equilibrium between the cold air and the hot air. Like if you want to understand okay how this principle applies, you're not going to find it in this a priori rule. You're going to look at the properties of the entity, the properties of the system.
Right,
And that's
and like
I'm
I just made
learning that
I
you
just made like
can-
a major integration. You know how Turvey talks about like evolution's tinkering, right? Is kind of like roundabout production, right? Like a Rube Goldberg kind of machine, right? It's just it's swapping out and replacing parts. Like it's not like it's not working off some fixed plan. You know what I mean? It's just working off of what's available, right? So and so he talks about that in lecture 19 and lecture 20 in lectures on perception. He talks about evolution's tinkering, right? Rather than evolution being like an engineer, right? It's a tinkerer, right? And like he gives like an example like of a contraption, like a tinkered contraption, like it's like a Rube Goldberg kind of machine, like it's totally roundabout, right? And like if you know anything about economics, Austrian economics, how like they talk about the roundabout process of production, right? It's the same thing. We're talking about the same thing, right? And like I just integrated like evolution's tinkering, like that. What I'm just talking about there, right? Variability of means to get to the same end, right? It's the same thing as functional specific variability again, but also non-obviousness, right? Non-obviousness is just just the fact of like this roundabout production process, right? You get what I'm saying? Like
Right.
the non-obviousness, like the non-obvious variables, right? You know the examples of non-obviousness that he gives, like the mealworms and stuff.
Yeah, the monkey being afraid of snakes because it eats spiders. Things like
Right.
that.
And it's
So
it's it's, it's all because it's thermodynamically driven, bro. You know?
mm. So you're talking about economics as being like describable in those terms of non-obvious
Well, yeah,
cascades
obviously.
of
That's what the
yeah.
roundabout production process is, you know?
I had that integration at some point at, when we're talking about like central planning or something like that. We're literally talking just about a thermodynamic unstable system that just
Yeah, I think
is
Henry
yeah.
Hazlitt talks about that in his book as well on economics. It's like like the broken
Mhm.
window fallacy, where it's like the
Right.
seen and the unseen, where it's
Exactly,
like
yeah.
it's not obvious whenever
Right.
it's not
That's a
obvious
major
that so
integration
many
too.
things have gone out of
Bro,
business or don't
non-obviousness
have
versus
this thing.
obvious variable versus non-obvious causes, right? That distinction, how Turvey talks about that, like he talks about that in the links I just gave, right? Is exactly how Austrians talk about the seen and the unseen, bro. Exactly, and it integrates like perfectly because it's like they're talking about the same thing. They're talking about the roundabout process of production, right? And it's because it's remember the economy as such is not a system. It's remember the proper unit of analysis here for evolutionary ordering, right? Order production on the planet Earth is the planet, right? It's selecting for this order for humans and being able to coordinate resources on a global scale, right? To access otherwise inaccessible potentials like coal and oil and stuff like that, like and agriculture, right, massively increased the rate of entropy production, right, and only humans could have done that. I'm kind of like trailing off, but
Yeah,
you
it's
get what I'm
basically
saying,
just
right?
looking at
I think
what's happening rather
it's
than how and why it's happening.
Mhm.
I think it's so it's like just a surface level of something
Well,
that's
it's
really
it's actually focused on why it's happening, not what like why it's happening is what's important here.
but my
I was
my
talking about the
view on that.
obvious is the what, and then the non-obvious is the how and the why.
Well, no, I don't know. Like I don't know what you're saying there specifically. Like, but I want to hear what Eddie was trying to say.
Oh, I was just talking about especially how in the either from people who are not in the Austrian schools, they tend to talk about like the analysis method being insufficient, and I just find just this small conversation linking it back to physics how much more powerful it is as kind of a basis for Austrian economics, and you kind of see how it fits all into it. I remember when I had those first few integrations
I
being
mean,
like,
it's
oh
like
shit,
what
that
Hayek
fits
was
right there.
like he was trying to say when he was talking about spontaneous order. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But like he just
Yeah,
didn't have the right, like,
variables.
yeah.
I mean, just the right physical basis, right? The
Right.
self-organization is something that's becoming more and more mainstream, more and more recognized, but I
Mhm.
think even today it's underrepresented.
Yeah, I mean, it's what look at any what you would consider cutting edge in any single field, right? What's cutting edge is taking into account the physics of self-organization.
Hmm.
So, I mean, was there anything else about these points, or can we continue?
I think we can continue.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
This is a classic experiment where you take a newly hatched chicken and you prevent it from seeing its feet for 2 days. Then when you let it be normal, it does not see mealworm as something to eat. Mealworm is the innately given edible food of the chicken. Those are things they eat in any ordinary circumstance.
And he just said like there's no innate. There's no such thing as innate. So
Right.
Seeing feet.
twitching while sleeping.
twitching while sleeping. So don't let the mouse twitch. If you don't let the mouse twitch when it sleeps, then this is ill-formed. Connections may not occur, and you
What are you
won't
saying,
get
Sakura?
this amount of
He's talking about the
stimulation.
sleep twitches.
I ask
Mhm. Yeah, the
what's
hamsters.
problem? Here's the effect. What the hell's the cause? Who would have said twitching has anything to do with somatosensory cortex, for God's sake? So if I stop you from twitching, isn't this just maturation? Isn't it just genes telling the system what to do? Look at the diagram. Coactive, co-equal, co-evolving parts. And the abduction problem, I think, is here. All experiences.
Yeah, I think we talked over the mealworm example. Basically, if the chicks are prevented from seeing their feet, if they're prevented from seeing their feet,
Yeah.
they won't peck and pick
They
up
won't
like
think.
mealworms to eat. Right? And it's supposedly this innate, like their innate edible food, but no, they have to discover it as edible, you know? But like through non-obvious variables that you wouldn't expect, right? Like that are necessary, like seeing their feet.
Maybe, I guess, no, because it works even if they paint their feet black. Because I was thinking maybe if
Right.
they pick at their feet and they kind of understand, oh, this sort of shape at like my toe, I can grab them with my beak. But if they're painted black, they would still be able to do that. So it's even more complex and non-obvious than that.
Right, right.
And I think it becomes so clearly obvious that there would be something necessary to discover that mealworms would be edible when you really think about like how all animals perceive like affordances,
But remember,
right? It's
it's a
like
tinkerer. It's a tinkerer, right? It does like evolution's tinkering. Like, I don't know if you want to pull up the figure from lectures on perception on evolution's tinkering because it's so like illustrative here for non-obviousness. Why it's like why being able to look at the feet would be necessary, right? It's because that's just like remember it thermodynamically driven, right? It has to like it's just whatever is like producing entropy at the fastest rate given the constraints. So we're just like basically getting an amalgamation of variables, right? And then just like together, like it just squeezes out this particular behavior. And that's just that's just one way out of many ways probably of developing like such behavior, right? But it's just, you know, we're able to do it this way, right? This tinkered way. Like if you pull up lectures on perception and search up tinkering in lectures on perception and see the figure that he gives about tinkering, because I think it's very illustrative here about what's going on.
And by evolution as a tinkerer, you mean it's like a process of tinkering with variables, not that there's something
Right,
tinkering with it.
right. There's
it's that
no
it's not an
basically.
engineer. It doesn't plan ahead. I see it
Yeah,
here.
there's no plan. Yeah, see
Yeah.
what it says there.
There's no
If you want,
plotting.
maybe if you
It's
want to
just kind
read
of
it.
random. Yeah. A tinkered pancake making machine from the imagination of the early 20th century artist and illustrator William Heath Robinson is shown in figure 19.4. It involves a steam iron abortic, makeshift stanchions, ropes, wires, and coal scuttle carriage wheels, a cloth wash tub, and various kitchen items. The human tinkerer has created the machine through a process of arranging and rearranging the parts, of assigning and reassigning the roles of the parts, of discarding some of the originally selected parts, and favoring the incorporation of other previously untried parts. These manipulations of the parts to contrive contraptions are accompanied by assessments of how well they work. In these latter respects, evolution is like tinkering. It is constrained by what kinds of things are available and what can be done with them. Like human tinkering, evolution is an interactive process which does not plan ahead. That said, evolution's variant of tinkering departs significantly from that expressed by figure 19.4. Changes in the parts composing an organism are achieved by tinkering at the level of the genes, and the success or failure of the tinkering is assessed at the level of the multiple individual organisms comprising the species. The tinkering portrayed in Figure 19.4 is direct, at the level of the working parts. Evolution's tinkering is indirect, at the level of DNA. The metaphor of tinkering can only be of value to deliberations on the evolution of perceptual capabilities if DNA is subject to influence from the organism, its environment, and their relation. Established thinking is often expressed through the selfish gene hypothesis, or the simile thereof. That DNA is sealed off from organism and environment and subject only to internal influences that are random and gradual, namely microscopic stochastic processes. Counter to established thinking, however, are observations and arguments to suggest that physiological function and organism-environment interactions affect both the nature and the rate of DNA change. The so-called central dogma was a focus of Lecture 12. The dogma
And that's where
and
he was
rebuttals
talking about. He was talking about this. What's on the in the lecture right now, like the whole like interactive like net like the web. Like he was talking about that there in lecture 12. You don't got to go back to lecture 12 though.
Oh, lecture 12. Let me find. Okay. Yeah, basically, it's like it just inserts parts at random that it hasn't.
Right, and
Right.
like I would okay, I guess you closed out of it. Never mind.
Oh.
I was gonna say, like you're doing the control F, like hit the arrow a bunch of times, like to see what he says about it in lecture 20, like evolution's tinkering, because
I
that's
mean,
when
I
he
get it.
really gets
I've heard so many people say like evolution doesn't have like a will, like
right.
it doesn't have like a plan. It doesn't have
Yeah,
a
yeah,
like specific goal in mind, really.
yeah. But I
It's
think it
just
really it really illustrates and also like integrates like non-obviousness with the broader thermodynamic argument. You know what I mean?
and so it's like the chicken like not seeing mealworms as food is kind of like one of those like weird little tinkering things that evolution has done.
Well, it's the tinkering is happening on at a like on evolutionary time, right? At the time scale, the evolution tinkers, it works, right? At a much more like larger like geological scale,
Or yeah, because it's what you said, like behavior shapes the genes, not the other way around, or whatever.
Right, right, right. And
So it's like the
like
behavior
like
of not
and
seeing your
he
feet.
explicitly connects tinkering to Rayleigh-Bernard convection in lecture 20. Like he talks about that in terms of tinkering, like in thermodynamic terms, so he explicitly connects it there. Like it's pretty interesting, but like we don't have to get into that. We can continue, I think, if unless anybody wants to say anything about what we've been talking about.
No, I think everyone's good.
This word here, we do not know what this word stands for. We do not know scientifically that in nature to which this word should be attached. We do not know. And we have much discussion about experience. But in a highly non-linear, self-organizing, dynamical system, small things can have profoundly disproportionate effects. Isn't that the mantra? Self-organizing, highly non-linear, dynamical system. Small things have, by definition, have disproportionate effects, and they have massively disproportionate effects. So all experiences can contribute, the logically major and minor, the obvious and the non-obvious. So most of the time when we're doing our science, we're pointing to the obvious. Oh, I can see personally, I'm a scientist. I can see what the division is.
Yo, I think that guy right there in the audience is Lee Pearson.
This guy, the bald guy.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah, that looks like him. Yeah.
that's Lee Pearson, bro.
Yeah.
Because Lee Pearson
That's
is a
the guy from
Gibsonian. Lee Pearson is a Gibsonian. He's also, an
Wikipedia.
objectivist. Like, Yeah, he like has a whole thing on the what's it called, Ayn Rand Center, UK,
Yeah.
right?
Tara Binswanger and some
Oh,
others.
Zetetic, what's up? Zetetic finally arrived.
Yeah, I've been at the Ayn Rand conference. I was still here. Still one day tomorrow too.
Oh, cool! You're at an
Sound like
Ayn
you're in
Rand
a cave,
conference.
my boy.
That's
Yeah,
crazy. But yeah,
it's like
I
fellowship.
swear, bro, that's gotta be like that has to be Lee Pearson, bro. I mean, it looks too
Yeah,
much like Lee Pearson, bro.
he does look very chubby like that. Yeah.
It's
Trying
being
to
live streamed. The
find what he
TEDx
looks
is
like.
not tech. The TEDx.
There's a, I mean,
Uh,
it's a good possibility that it is Lee Pearson because
Yeah.
he's a Gibsonian.
I'm
Yeah,
trying
I
to
think
find what he
Larry's
looks
glasses
like,
look
but I'm
like
only
that too,
getting
right?
Jesse Leap edition.
Enough about Lee Pearson.
See when he turns his head.
Nature's just going about being nature. All these various influences. The non-obvious, like these. This is non-obvious. This is non-obvious. The prolonged and the instantaneous. How long does an event that you're encountering have to last to leave an impact? Go to memory theory. Sometimes give you a microsecond.
Very color splashing.
Last of a year. The recurring and the once only. Abduction problem is writ large. What kind of science?
Kind of science.
This word.
Kind of science.
I love words, so you have to excuse me. You should invite me.
I love words.
So I have a certain liberty. This word is not a word whose right definition we have. Oh yes, we have a word information. I saw it used today in 1,000 ways, not one of which was Shannon. Because none of you would use Shannon in your ordinary language about information. The Shannon is the only information theory that we have. And it's the one that currently allows the world to be so technologically brilliant. It's not the term information that matters for the five kingdoms. So I would like to argue. Information is a law-based property of real states of affairs, not logical, not a mathematical attribution, not Shannon. So here in energy dispersals, under the first and second laws, the law of invariance, the first law, the law of change, the second law.
This is a really important point to soak in.
Specificity to their sources. Let's say some look. This is a mathematical statement of the
Like rewind just a little bit, right before he starts, he refers to it in terms of the laws of thermodynamics, because this is the point he literally doesn't make anywhere else, really. Like this is the only place I've ever seen him like make this point explicit. How information, right?
So here in energy dispersals,
Yeah.
first and second laws. The law of invariance, the first law, the law of change, the second law. These are information about in senses of specificity to their sources. Let's say some look. This is a mathematical statement of the optical field in front of me.
Okay, so he's saying basically invariance, like the invariance of the environment, part of how we see it.
Structure is not just invariance, nor just transformations, right? It's the structure, right, of the ambient array, right, which is the information. It is both invariance and transformational invariance, right? Like that's what like Gibson talks about, you know? Like it's both components of persistence and components of change, right? And like change in terms of like persistence and persistence in terms of change, you know, like change is just, you know, the less like change is just the more changing relative to, you know, the like less changing, which is the persistent, which is just like, you know, like the less changing relative to the more changing, basically.
So basically he's directly linking the meaningfulness of the environment to the first and second one.
Right. Yeah. And Swenson does this too in his newest papers. He talks about, you know, the first law, right, as a basis for, you know, like he like this is a very important integration, right? That in lecture 3, right? Turvey talks about a specificity, right, of information as a closed loop of entailment, right, an impredicative loop, right, and we haven't really talked about that, I guess, in this stream, but we've talked about that plenty of times before, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. So
Yeah,
there's an
so
important integration there, and then
so that's
basically
how it all gets into one.
Swenson in his latest papers, 2025 and 2024, he talks about the first law, right, as the basis for, specificity or intentionality. It's intentional specificity. It's the same. It's referring, right? And so it's basically, closed. The first law is talking about closed loops of entailment and predicative loops, right? That's what conservational symmetries are, right? And that's basically what specification is, of ecological information. Like, specification is the key point here.
So like specificity and like necessity, it's all in
Yeah,
Darwin.
yeah, and yeah, necessity in metaphysics and validation and epistemology. It's all closed loops of entailment.
Okay.
If I stand like this, you see the deformation of the optical field when I'm not moving. If I move backwards first, you'll see the one there and backward. You can see what's happening to the deformation field of the optics. If I move forward, you see something different on the screen. For you as an actor,
He's talking about optic flow. Basically,
Yeah.
it's an ecological law, right? To move forward, make the optic array flow, right?
Yeah, the
And
shape of the object changes as you move, right?
Mhm.
Like forward and backward and whatever.
Right. So literally, like, all you need to do is to be able to detect this invariance, right? This, like, literally, optic flow specifies forward motion. That's the ecological law right there. There's a invariant linkage between optic flow and forward motion, right? Even
And
for
that's
a
how we
rock,
get
even for a
that's how we get
rock,
back to the Lee room.
right? Yeah, it's just like an organism doesn't even have to be occupying, the possible positions or paths of observation, right? And it's still like, the structure of the ambient array is specific to, those possible positions and paths of observation, right? Even if it was just a rock occupying those positions and paths of observation, right? It would still
Yeah.
be, specific to forward motion. What the rock would have to do in order to move forward and make the optic array flow, right, in such a way, right?
Yeah, like I
And
think you said it
basically,
was like
the rock just doesn't need to detect, right, the information, right, to control forward motion, right? It just doesn't need to, like, to optically control forward motion. It just doesn't need to detect that, right? But like an organism, it would be fucking useful, right, to fucking like develop that capability to optically detect the variables for controlling forward motion, right?
because yeah, I think you said it's like you're like in like a sea of energy or like in a sea of light. That's like,
Isn't like fractals come about often, but I think that's almost a good imagery, right? We're moving through a fractal, which means there's like
Right.
a fractal is lawful. When you zoom into a fractal, it changes
Mhm.
like in a
Changes
lawful way.
lawfully.
all this light is bouncing everywhere, and it's like you're in the sea of light,
Right.
and it's structured lawfully. And whenever you're in a specific position, you're seeing that lawfully structured. You're in that structure.
Yeah,
In
and we've
that sea
talked
of
about
energy.
this a lot. We've talked about this a lot before, so maybe we don't want to get too deep into that, right? But like, just for reference, you can look at lectures on perception. I think it's lecture 23, where he gives a primer on ecological optics, and he talks about all this, and also, gets into, like how it's, like
I have a
the
fair
surface
few.
layout and the structure of the ambient array, right, is it's multifractal, right? But he really like breaks it down, like, deeply, right?
Yeah, I think I have a fair few figures on how light works and my
Right.
notes on Intro to Ecosync.
Yeah, so just so we don't get bogged down in that stuff again, because we could talk about that for hours. Ecological optics.
Yeah.
And we've already been live for a while.
Yeah, so let's just continue and see what Turvey says.
As you're moving forward, this one you're backward, and this is me moving this way. These are the optical distributions that you encounter in a room, by the way, in which light is multiply scattered from non-mirror surfaces. This is band A. Even this is texture. And the starting point for a theory of vision, some argue, is the multiply scattered light at a point of observation. At that point, it is unique and there's no ambiguity. To show you where we are, physics only started looking at
Yes, and
light. Seriously.
yes, and he talks about all of this too in much more detail in lecture 21 and lecture 23 together. What he's talking about now.
Right, so we just see all of like the multiply scattered light.
Well, we don't see light. We don't see light. We see things, right? But we see it by means of light, right? The information. It's
Well, yeah,
transparent.
that's the structure.
Right.
Yeah, it's structured. It's structured light.
Right. Yeah. It's not light as such. It's structured light that we use as a means to focus. Right.
Yeah, he said the multiply reflected.
Right.
That's
And there's goes into like a lot more detail there about like the very like deeply like rich like structure of like multiply scattered and multiple reflection, right?
Hmm.
Multiple scattering. Right? Maybe rewind a second because he's making an important point now.
Scattered light at a point of observation. At that point, it is unique and there's no ambiguity. To show you where we are, physics only started looking at the scattering of light seriously in 1980. And it's done it so far for one dimension and now for two dimensions. Look around here. Look how many surfaces there are. And the light coming from these sources is being scattered, multiply scattered, back and forth.
Yep.
So if you had the math on this point here, you wouldn't be looking at the theory of light that was written by Euclid, geometric optics. That would not be what you had in your hand. You wouldn't even have the observables that we typically use in physics to express it. People have to find new qualities and quantities. That's happening. It only began in 1980. Odor plumes. Most creatures live in places where they have to rely upon odor filaments and anonymously diffusing odor filaments.
Veritasium has a very cool video on this on like turbulent flows in odor plumes, right? Is a very cool video like talking about turbulence like in turbulent like flows and like in like the key point of turbulence is like, you know, what he was talking about like a nonlinear dynamics, right? So, and it's like you have like eddies within eddies and eddies, like swirls within swirls within swirls, and that's like a key point. It's like this nesting, you know, this nesting of structure, right? And it's like this very rich like structure, you know. And there's some very cool videos that Veritasium has done like on that like illustrate that.
To where the prey is and to the prey's motion. These plumes can extend over long periods of space, long amounts of space, and over reasonable periods of time. These are hydrodynamic vector fields. These are ways of capturing them. What do we know about them? We now know that they're specific to the movement of the thing, to the direction it's moving in, and to its kind. Hydrodynamic fields. Specificity is the word. Shannon is not a theory of specificity. But for the five kingdoms, if I'm some miserable little bacteria, or if I'm a fungus, and fungi do all kinds of coordinated activity. Their coordination is incredible. And they do it on the basis, we must suppose, of information about the states of affairs, coming through diffusions of chemicals, diffusions of odors, etc., etc. We know so little about these particular capabilities. Returning to the law of maximum
And again, this is what ecological psychology studies is, trying to find the mathematics and physics appropriate to the facts of psychology. Right? That's the goal of ecological psychology. And that like this is not, he's not just talking out his ass here, right? He's referring to a active like body, like a large body of research on this specifically, like the physics of light and like uh, ecological optics, ecological acoustics, ecological chemistry, right? Like the physics, right, of all this stuff at the ecological scale. And this was started even by Gibson. He talks about this in his book, like his 1978 book on ecological approach to visual perception. Right, but like there's been like tons of research done on that since Gibson, right? And just like you can
Gibson's
look
book
at,
is also a pretty important book.
yeah. If this stuff is interesting to you, just look for this research on it, right? There's a lot of stuff on this, not just what he's talking about here, right?
About provides access to otherwise inaccessible opportunities to produce ordered flow and dissipate potentials at faster rates. This linkage of the 5 domains of nature to information about
Yeah, rewind a little bit. Rewind a little bit.
significance, perhaps not to the this linkage of information about the states of affairs, coming through diffusions of chemicals, diffusions of odors, etc., etc. We know so little about these particular capabilities. Returning to the law of maximum entropy production and global evolution, coordination of organisms with lawful information about provides access to otherwise inaccessible opportunities to produce ordered flow and dissipate potentials at faster rates. This linkage of the 5 domains of nature to information about is of significance, perhaps, not to the local lives of all those creatures, but also to the way in which the planet evolved. Means of increasing the rate of entropy production. But this word aboutness, it can only be used and defined circularly. Consider pointing to where's the cat. So here I am, someone says where's the cat, I go, that's it. Pointing finger X entails the cat Y on the mat, by which the finger's pointing is entailed. Okay, bear with me, I know I hate this stuff.
Right, and this is
Just
like
to get
directly linked to
to
what
get
he was
this.
talking about the optical array earlier and the laws of
Yes,
thermodynamics.
exactly. Right, but the key here is that the pointing does not refer to the pointing itself. It refers beyond itself.
Yeah.
Right, and for it to refer beyond itself, it must itself be referred to by what it's referring to. Right?
So perhaps saying define circularity is not the right word for this.
Well, it's impredicativity, right?
Yeah, I know, but in the title that he has on the slide,
It's
it says circularity.
it is it's circularity. It's circular. It's uh a causal like circle. You know, it's a closed loop of entailment, but it's not like it's not a fallacy, right? That's why circular reasoning or whatever is not inherently a fallacy. It's the fallacy is pure self-reference is the fallacy. Like awareness of awareness of awareness of awareness of awareness. You know what I mean? You're not saying anything. Right, that's the fallacy. That's an infinite regress. That's a vicious regress, right? And predicativity is not a vicious regress, right? Because you have x in terms of y and you have y in terms of x, right? You can go from x to y and you can go from y to x, but you can't do them both at once. You can't do both at once because so they have distinct identity because of the way they relate to each other, right? And they relate to each other only because they have a distinct identity, right?
Mutual specificity.
Right, exactly. That's just like that's identity right there. You know what I mean? That's identity.
Pretty much.
You know, closed loop of entailment, no unentailed terms, no room for smuggling in any unentailed or like externally posited terms. Right? Everything is entailed.
Books. Books is here.
Who's here?
Who's here?
Books.
Who? Books? Oh, what's up, Books?
I'm good. Reading the.
We're watching the Turvey lecture.
Live.
Right. But yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier with impredicative loops and stuff. That's what we were referring to. These closed loops of entailment, right? X entails Y entails X, right? It's not an infinite regress, right? Even though
Yeah, and it's
it's
actually
like
much
no,
more refreshing now.
it's like it doesn't. It may seem like an infinite regress, but it's not because it's just like there's no termination, right? It's not. It's a non-terminating loop because you can go from X to Y or you can go from Y to X, but you can't go both ways at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Difference between an infinite regress is that you're
There's
still
an essential
explaining both
semantic
sides.
component there. It's an essential semantic component. There's multiple distinct ways of interacting with it, and no one way exhausts its identity, right?
But both are
Yeah, and I think
like
it's also very
they're
refreshing
pointing.
to know this with the the fact that this is grounded in first principles of thermodynamics, because a lot of people like to say, oh well, it's not necessary. There's no necessity. Well,
No, yeah, it's the first law of thermodynamics, bro.
Yeah.
It entails the existence of closed loops of entailment, right? You have to have all the terms entailed, right? That's literally what it's just saying. It's the finitude of the universe.
Run both ways. X is about Y is true, because this is what we're trying to get to. Information in this sense. If something is about something else, then you already got meaning. You've already got meaning. All we get from
Meaning,
Yep, meaning. You already have it.
an essential semantic component.
Your big challenge is how the hell do you get syntax and semantics together? Where's semantics coming from? Syntax we can give you, but semantics, this is very hard. Information about is intended to be already meaningful. This is specific to that which is a meaningful state of affairs. Oh, by the way, that's food. By the way, that's danger. Oh, by the way, that's a falling off place. Information about. So that's why I want to worry about it for a moment. X is about Y is true only if these two things are true. X entails Y and Y entails X. This is not how we do ordinary science. That's turbulent how we do ordinary science.
What kind of science does it entail?
Thermodynamic.
Optical deformation X is produced by my moving forward, and so this entails that I'm doing that. Sorry, excuse me. Disney knows that if I produce this for you, you'll experience that. He knows that, so he runs his big things in Disney. Produces his big displays, and you have to be strapped into your seat because you are feeling yourself moving forward or moving backward or moving to the side. He knows that. So this entails that I'm doing that, but me doing that entails this. Back to Immanuel Kant. Two physics. No one ever described the two physics as good as he, and I wish to use him to get to this aboutness problem. Two entailments. This is his great work in the critique of judgment. This is the known physics, the one given to us by Newton, being worked on by Laplace around about this time. The known physics. Look how he expresses it. It's a physics of machines. Parts exist, but not by means of each other. Parts act together to meet the thing's purpose. But their actions have nothing to do with the thing's construction. Airplanes, clocks. But over here, the unknown physics. The physics of animals and plants. Kant's great question. Where is the Newton of the blade of grass? Isn't that wonderful? Where is the Newton of the blade of grass? Because his physics is different. Look at it. The parts are both causes and effects also construct and maintain themselves as whole.
You got all this loopiness.
These are so different.
Mm-hmm.
And this gave to the transcendental mind.
You got all these irremovable impredicativities.
So basically, the left side is like the whatever the fuck.
Basically, it's impredicativities are
superimposed knowledge.
inherently non-formalizable, and basically the left side is just like, what's formalizable. It's machines, whatever's fixed in advance, right? Of context independent, right? And this is from Rosen, right? This is from Rosen. He right now he's appealing to Rosen's like distinctions between the predicative direction of definition and the impredicative direction of definition. The distinction like between how artificial, like the entailment in artificial systems and natural systems, right? Self-organizing systems and other organizing, right? Other organized. Machines and natural systems.
Right, because Kant is saying the known physics is
Well, Kant is just
phenomenal.
like, yeah. But the reason why he was trying to, why he brought up like a dualism between biology and physics, right, is because the physics could not account for biology. The physics was the physics of machines, right?
Mhm.
Of a machine world, a world where machines operate, right? And in reality, actually, what historically happened is that we created machines in order to fit our mechanistic formalisms, right? And we created all these machines in like basically a whole new class of systems, right? That we're able to, do the formalism. We're able to, because no natural system could do, what machines could do, like could be so like perfectly rigid and stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, like they fill a whole different purpose.
Right, and operate in such a fixed way, right? And basically we created machines in order to fulfill, like, to realize our mechanistic formalisms, right? Because the natural world cannot realize those things, right? You cannot find those things in the natural world, right? These are ideal limits, right? I mean, that's getting it like too much into it, right? Like reversibility, right? Equilibrium reversibility, it's an ideal limit. And like I don't want to get too much into that, right? But if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about.
Gotta read more Swenson.
There's a lecture on YouTube by Dilip Condipity, where he talks about this. The difference, there's a lecture about the difference between organisms and machines, and he talks about like exactly what I'm talking about, like how we created like a machine world, right? We created machines, right, in order to realize our mechanistic formalisms and stuff, and like all that stuff about reversibility and irreversibility, right? And he's a physicist. He's a professor. Like a physicist in non-equilibrium thermodynamics. Like he wrote a bunch of books with like Prigogine, and then he got into ecological psychology stuff. Like in the past couple of years, like in the past decade, he got into ecological psychology stuff.
I think the video was literally like organisms are not machine or something as simple as that. But now I'm trying to find it just for the fun of it.
It's a very
and all I can find are weird things.
Yeah, he makes a very good point on that there about like the machine world, right, that we created.
It's giving me Charlie Chaplin extract from the Dictator.
Yeah, but also Rosen also talks about this, how we like it's this like the formalization is like we create this whole universe, like a separate universe, right? This very very like small universe, right? And it's like we can't get out of it by any internal syntactic means. So we can stay in that universe for like a very long time, for as long as we want, and like just play around with all these cool like mechanistic like rules and stuff. You know what I mean? Forever, right? And that's basically what the physicists have been doing, right? Like with mechanistic formalisms, of Newtonian and like classical mechanics.
I sent it in the chat. I think it's that one.
Yeah. And see, he's referring to Rosen there too, condipity. Yeah. So Rosen is really the big integrator here. You want to read essays on life itself and life itself. But I tell everybody to do this, right? With Rosen, here I'll link essays on life itself and life itself. Basically with his two books here, what you want to do is just control F in them for anything he says on impredicativity or anything he says on impredicativity or formalization or formalisms, right? Anything he says on these two books on those things, you just like want to control F and just like look at it, read what he says, and you'll really like integrate a lot of things. Like there's a lot of insights from Rosen. You see condipity is referencing Rosen, Turvey's referencing Rosen. They're all integrating it through Rosen. Like this distinction between machines, right, and like nature. You know what I mean? And like the entailment, right? Because they get all of their entailment, right, from something that they cannot entail, right? It's from the outside, right? So they always have unentailed components, and Rosen really goes into a lot of detail there. So I don't know if I want to go too deep into that, but like it's the difference, like in entailment, right? Like one actually depends on the other. You always have to go, you at base there will always be some impredicative loop, right? But that's unentailed by anything in the predicative entailment, right? But all of that entailment comes from the outside, right? From the impredicativities outside that are unentailed from inside, right? In the machine, like the mechanistic formalism, right? So here, I don't know, did I just link the same one twice or no? I just linked it. I linked the wrong one though. Hold up.
Which one is
Just
correct?
give me. I linked the first one is correct. That's essays on life, but 1 second. I need to link life itself. Yeah, I linked the wrong. But the first one is essays on life itself, and this one that I'm gonna link right now is life itself. So just like control F in both of those for anything it says about formalism, formalization, or impredicativities, impredicative, right? There's a lot of great stuff in there. And that's what Turvey's like getting all this from right now, what he's talking about.
Just before we start over again, unfortunately, I got some grocery shopping to do, so I'm gonna have to leave.
Okay.
I'm getting tired, so I think I'm gonna dip too.
Was that Alan? Okay.
Yeah.
He wasn't saying anything this whole time, so.
I'm just listening.
Okay, bye guys.
Bye.
Okay, but I'm still doing this shit, bro.
All right.
Are we playing this shit now?
These.
Yep.
Rosen.
This is open to efficient cause. This is closed to efficient cause. Being closed to efficient cause is a statement about what it means to be a self-organizing system. And you're going to see it becomes a statement as to what it means to be complex. If I can get to that, then I can get to this particular issue of entailment that we're calling living things are not machines. So what kind of science? Here we go. Impredicative entailments. I want you to look at the white arrows. The white arrows were ruled out by Bertrand Russell, Hilbert, and Poincaré in the early part of the 1900s. Look how dangerous the white arrows are. That means the following. You use context to define system. You use system to define subsystems. You use the whole to define function.
Is the lecture audio going through on the YouTube, Sakura?
What?
The lecture audio through on the YouTube, Sakura.
It is. I think so.
What?
Okay.
Think.
Okay, it's just quiet. Okay, I'm sorry. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I think so.
Okay.
Think.
Okay, it's just quiet. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's quiet.
No,
Yeah, let me
it's
turn
fine.
it
It's
up.
fine. It's fine.
I think so.
Okay, it's just quiet. Okay, I'm sorry. I just realized that when I turn the Discord all the way down and then the YouTube all the way up, it's still rather quiet, so I wasn't sure. Turn the Discord all the way down and then the YouTube all the way up, it's still rather quiet, so I wasn't sure. Turn the Discord all the way down and then the YouTube all the way up, it's
Yeah, it should be fine.
rather quiet, so I wasn't sure. Turn the Discord all the way down and then the YouTube all the way up.
Yeah,
Yeah, it should
just
be
play it.
fine.
Rather quiet, so I wasn't sure. The Discord all the way down and then the YouTube all the way up.
Yeah,
it should
just
be
play it.
fine. I don't know.
As I was struggling,
I'm sure the audio is fucked somehow, but I don't even care.
this is amazingly important. Getting rid of the impredicative was terribly important. We would not have had Turing. There'd have been no Turing. There'd be no computers. Getting rid of impredicative means get rid of circularity, get rid of ambiguity. So what is it? What is defined participates in its own definition, for God's sake.
That's what they thought. They thought, you get rid of all this ambiguity that's stopping you from being able to formalize everything, right? And then we we wouldn't lose any information, if we just translate semantics to syntax, right? But then, Gödel's incompleteness theorems, right? Basically disproved that, right? And Rosen talks all about that. But basically it's impredicativities are inherently non-formalizable, right? And it's think about the x and y are mutually entailed, right? Think about that relationship, right? You can't fractionate x for x or y from this, you can't isolate it and study it syntactically, right? You can't fraction it from this relationship, right?
You can't
Without
isolate the parts from the whole.
without think just importantly, right? You can, but you can't do it without losing the information, right? Any of the properties and behaviors of X, right, that depends on this relationship of mutual entailment with Y, right? So what you would get is just this very a fragment of X, right? And that's
Is it
basically
you've
how
lost
we
the essential
create
semantic
artifice.
component?
It results in artifice. It results in an artificial object. That's how we get machines. That's how we get symbols. That's we fragment, right? And basically it's unrecoverable. The impredicative loop, right? The relationship between x and y is unrecoverable from this fragment, right? And that's the whole point. We can't get out of this formalizable universe by any purely internal syntactic means, right?
Its behaviors, the system's behaviors, its functions are referred to larger systems.
What? I gotta eat, bro.
Yeah, I feel you. So, I mean, I gotta eat too, bro. But do you want to come back after you eat? We can do a be right back thing. You know what I
Can you
mean?
just eat while doing this?
Yeah. Can't you just eat while doing this?
I gotta eat at the table, bro.
I feel you. Okay. So can we?
I just ate while listening to all this because I'm not talking on. So I just ate. And I threw up. Then I ate some more. Then I went back to watching this.
Just go eat quickly, bro, and I'll get something to eat too, and I'll fucking talk, me and Jam will fucking talk on the stream, I guess, until you come back. like just like context runs through every aspect. Philosophy runs through every aspect of knowledge.
Where's the button? There we go. Yo.
What is Sakura back? Yeah, bro. Fucking. We were talking about some cool shit, bro. Like, we thought we were being recorded, and then we checked the stream, and you were just blocking the audio with the fucking "Be Right Back" stream.
Bro, I don't do desktop audio. I only do the application audio capture.
Yeah, but you should have just kept it on. You know, we're like talking about it.
Because that's just what I do.
Yeah, but next time, bro, because we were talking about shit.
I
We were talking about important shit. I mean, one important thing, you know, it's like we were talking about. You know, I realized like the people who aren't here right now, right, who are like interested in ecopsych, they're definitely gonna be watching this. They're gonna be watching like this whole thing, you know, and like I'm like emphasizing, you know, a lot like integration and like the epistemological processes and stuff, right? Going on here, right? I'm trying to emphasize it, right? And like when they're watching it back, you know, it'll be easier to integrate things and like, you know, you'll gain like more integrations even if you watch it again, you know.
Hey, bro.
And
Just
like,
as much as the director as me, man.
and like what we like
To make sure this
the
works.
whole point, right? It's like the book clubs we were doing, right? The whole point of that was like we were trying to, you know, have more discussions about these things so we can like refine our ideas, right? Through discussing it, right? And be able to like communicate it better and explain it better to other people, right? But people weren't reading, you know, the material. Like people kept, you know, missing reading the material, right? And then I'm the only one talking about it because like I'm the only one with something to fucking talk about, you know, because nobody else read it. I mean, only if I mean a couple of people probably would have read it. You know what I mean? A couple of people read it like every time, but
Let me
like it start reading. You know, like start reading it like things like during the VCs, right? During discussions, you know, instead. You get what I'm saying, right? And that's kind of like what we're doing here. You get what I'm saying, bro?
Now, next time, you should be able to be heard.
Okay, that's good. But yeah, we had a whole like conversation about that, and like I know whoever's watching this, right? Like, or who knows about like what I've said about like the problem of truism, right? And like how important it is to give equal emphasis, right, to the epistemological processes, you know, and just like you see how I'm continuously like emphasizing like integration, like just reminding you like you know like about integration here. You got to try and integrate these things, you know. And like the importance from like you know the economization, right, that gives you, right? It's like massive, right? But yeah, I mean I don't want to just like
I think an important principle to avoid truism is understanding the epistemological like steps that you're getting when you're like talking about any specific subject. Like you should understand the steps that you need to take in order to get to there. Because if you
right.
just think about
Well,
it like
remember the spiral theory of knowledge, right?
yeah, it's like don't think of it as like a web of
be careful what you're
definitions or
saying.
something.
Yeah, but be careful what you're saying. Remember the spiral theory of knowledge. You arrive at one thing, right, and then you leave it and then come back to it with a fuller context to gain a fuller understanding, right? Because it participates in the context. It's impredicative. It participates in the context that it's defined by, right? We get information about it from the context, right? And basically, like no unit of knowledge has any significance at all, epistemically, right? You know, unless it's related to, you know, other units of knowledge, right? Like a whole context of knowledge, you know? And that's really the whole point about the spiral theory of knowledge. And we were just talking about that just off screen. Me and Input Error, we were just talking about that, about like what clicked for him when talking about impredicativity and like I don't know if you want to say it again, Input Error, like put it again, you know, what clicked
we
for
can
you with
talk about it again.
about like
Let me go
objectivist
into it, we can-
epistemology, right?
Sure. So, some months back, when I guess I originally heard G mention how impredicative entailment loops are the fourth method of inference that Peikoff was seeking, and how, you know, this notion of impredicativity, A therefore B therefore A, it had really solved an issue I'd been having with, you know, the traditional texts on objectivist epistemology, which only really investigate consciousness as a you know, a difference detector, whereas impredicativity is your method of approaching it from from unity, from integration.
Right. And you gotta have both ways of looking at it, you know? Like Peikoff talks about in understanding objectivism is you're constantly like oscillating back and forth from the whole describing the parts in terms of the whole and describing the whole in terms of the parts. Right? You're always oscillating back and forth, right? Between, you know, X in terms of Y and Y in terms of X. Right? It's a non-terminating loop. Right? And he says that this is the essential method of objectivism. Or he says that this is the essence of the method of objectivism, impredicativity. Like, and it's crazy how he grasped that, right? I think especially in understanding objectivism, right? That lecture series, which is also like a book, he really like understands impredicativity, right, as the essence of the method of objectivism, right?
Definitely emphasizes the lack of resources that they had at the time when they were talking about epistemology.
Yeah, but I think insofar as he's being consistent, yeah, insofar as he's being consistent with that, I think like Peikoff makes a lot of great points, right? But even he said, you know, about I don't think Opar is really that good a book. You'll see me hate on Opar all the time. It's like even Peikoff in understanding objectivism, he says, right, that like he doesn't include anything in Opar that's original to him, right? So so anything that he didn't get a chance to talk about with Ayn Rand, right? So all of this stuff was just missing.
This is also a thing that like these closed objectivists, they don't have it. They only have Opar.
Right.
They don't have how we know.
Right.
They're like, oh, that's not objectivist literature. I'm not reading that. Right? They don't have eco-psych, right? They don't care about whatever Binswanger is doing with the eco-psych.
Well, actually, I mean, a lot of like the serious objectivist scholars, right? Like Ben Bayer, you know, Gregory Salmieri, Lee Pearson, Harry Binswanger, right? Ben Bayer, right? Even Peikoff, like, is rumored to have admitted his wrong on his view of perception. They've all accepted, you know, a Gibsonian view of perception, and that Rand was actually wrong on perception, right? They've all accepted this. They all talk explicitly about this, and how and Ben Bayer, he has a really good paper, like in 2007, where he's talking about how Gibsonian, like, you know, perception theory can actually help us, help us a lot understand, like, you know, the objectivist theory of like concept formation and stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's like that's like one thing that these like tabloid objectivists and these like debate bro objectivists like divinity and stuff like that. This is like the thing that
Yeah.
they're also missing, because I remember
And you're on
whenever,
Brook,
like,
you know,
Alan,
like
yeah, whenever Alan was debating divinity, Divinity asked, "Have you read any of the objectivist literature?" And Alan was like, "Yeah, I've read How We Know." And he's like, "No, have you read the objectivist literature?" It's like, what does that even mean, bro? And it's like, yeah, these people have obviously not read these like important books. They haven't grasped these important concepts to
yeah, I mean,
stay in
like
line
I
with
don't
their
know
own
if
principles.
input error wanted to continue on that point about like what clicked for him there, you know, on objectivist epistemology and like impredicativity stuff.
Yeah, I didn't have much more to say, but just that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't realize you guys were having a conversation. I didn't know it wasn't picking it up. I should check my
Wait,
audio picture first before leaving.
I mean, were you saying something there, input error? Were you trying to say something when Sakura just cut you off?
No, he didn't. I'm just trying to think of something instead of just talking out of my.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna take a piss real quick, so you can think while I take a piss.
Is the stream still going?
Yeah, stream's going.
Okay.
You nervous?
Yes.
That's fine.
I mean, all the EcoPsych bros are gonna definitely watch this. You know, they're not here right now, but they're definitely gonna watch this.
Well, I think we should also push this to people in Zulu server and talk about these kind of upcoming faces that are kind of challenging.
Yeah, I mean, I see it now. Like, I can see it now. Like Eddie fucking linking to this fucking stream because I mean, we talked about a lot of fucking things. You know, like I can see people linking to the stream. But like, think about like we do this like every weekend or something. You know, we do this multiple times a week, maybe. You know, we just stream and like discuss like a paper or something. You know.
Yeah, and also kind of help because, like, I don't know, especially now because of the new like invite link that's dropped to Zulu Core. Like, I'm sure a lot of Zuluites feel kind of lost. They're like, "What the fuck are these guys doing here? These guys are fucking insane."
Yeah, I mean, there's like not a very strong vanguard in Zulu server, ironically, but like if you come into this server, you know, all the fucking like there's tons of non-objectivists in this server, but they're just too scared to say anything because they get just fucking like destroyed immediately, you know? Like they join in, right? And then they'll have their fun for like a couple of days and then they'll just shut up forever. They won't say anything in here ever again.
I will say, I've been noticing like a recent problem emerging in the kind of the Zulu sphere where you'll have a bunch of new people come in and they'll immediately start calling themselves objectivists without knowing anything about objectivism.
Right.
And like I'm willing to.
That's the problem with Judaism, bro.
Like, I'm willing to accept like to tolerate some of that, like as long as they're willing to learn, you know.
Yeah, right.
A
As
lot of
long as
them
they're willing
think
to
like
learn.
they already know.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're already adept instead of being willing to.
And that's the
And
problem
then
with
you'll have
truism,
people
bro.
come in being like, "Oh, bro, I derive from existence, bro."
Yeah, you saw this guy come in the other day, right? In my server here, who's saying he's an objectivist, right? He's an objectivist of the Zulu school, right?
Yeah.
And he says he's a rationalist in like I forget what he said. You know, if you want to pull up the fucking application. Do you see it, Sakura or Jim? You guys see the fucking application he fucking gave?
I know who it is.
Yes, I seen. We seen.
Like, yeah, let's put it up on the stream, bro, so we can so
No,
everybody can
that's a little
see
bit
what the
degrading
fuck.
of some random person, isn't it? And everyone do at some point.
Put it up on the screen so everybody can see where you know this leads to, bro.
I mean, like, my introduction
Where
was
did he
maybe
say
I'm
it?
free market as of now. So, I mean, that was what I posted when I first entered
It's in
here.
applications. In
So,
applications.
my application was as of now I'm free market and other stuff.
Sakura,
Like,
you have
use of
access to the
aesthetics, maybe.
applications channel, right?
That was my
Oh, I do.
application. So,
I
so
forgot.
everyone makes weird
You're a mod, bro.
applications when they're
You can see the
new to
application.
stuff.
We
You know what I mean?
Anarcho-objectivist agorist, particularly of the Liquid Zulu school. Rothbard and Konkin are my main inspirations. Objectivism, natural law theory, rationalism as a base, empiricism
I
for
feel like
physical
people don't expect these
phenomena.
to get plastered everywhere.
Right, like imagine any fucking like he's literally calling himself a rationalist, right? Literally, like the very basic stuff that you would have to do just to even like earn calling yourself an objectivist, right? Would like you would not ever call yourself a rationalist, right? That would never come out of your mouth as an objectivist, right? So just
You're
even that
fucking the
basic stuff, he
I will
just
say,
doesn't, you know,
yeah.
he doesn't have, and then he just calls himself an objectivist anyways, you know, like he doesn't even have the most basic of the basic, you know, of what's required to even just like even earn calling yourself an objectivist, right? Just even the minimal effort, right, to you have to take, right?
I will say though, I think there are some people who are so new to philosophy that they call themselves rationalists just because they think that means like, yeah, hey, I'm rational. I like reason. Like they don't understand that it's an actual like philosophical field. They just
I
think
think
it's
people
like,
are also afraid. I think people are also afraid to be like philosophically homeless, you know? Because like
Yeah.
you can be philosophically homeless, like that's fine. Because it's like, I mean, most other philosophies, it's just you've noticed
Well, no,
that there's
you
this
can't live without a
absolute.
philosophy. You're going to have
Well,
a
no,
philosophy either way.
I'm not talking about it in that sense. I'm talking just like
Okay.
you're not like you have this philosophy that you believe in, like, you know, oh, I love this, like, oh, I really love Hegel. I'm a Hegelian. And then you fucking get owned by some objectivist and you're like, fuck, well, now I'm just completely disintegrated. Like, I thought I had it all figured out and now I'm fucked. So I'm gonna go back to the drawing board, basically. Like, you have to start from scratch.
I mean, I wish they did that. They never fucking do that. What do you mean?
I mean, you could literally just take like a fucking Democrat, right? Like some like contemporary Democrat person, right? Like they're just walking around strutting their shit. And then you come along and you just completely fucking destroy them because you know everything about philosophy and they all like they know fuck all and then they're like totally fucked. Right? Or like some religious guy who like figures out like, oh well, yeah, maybe there is
Yeah,
no
but it's
God.
like I'm an
And then
objectivist, you know, and I'm doing it right. Like the way I do it, you know. I've converted like multiple people, like to like they'll come and tell me like a month later or two, like after you know destroying them, they'll be like, "Bro, I'm no longer a Christian. You know, I'm an atheist now. You know, like I'm interested in this objectivist stuff." And they're like a learner, you know, they become a learner and they be like in my server, you know, and they just start
but it's
learning this
like that
stuff, and
moment.
they start you know like actually learning shit. You know what I mean? Opening
Yeah.
their
And
mind.
in that moment when you've been basically like degloved, it's like um it's like it is devastating. And then it's like it feels like you're homeless, right? It feels like, oh, I don't have a philosophy.
Was that like your whole point?
Yeah, and it's just like people are too afraid to be like philosophically homeless, right? It's like as soon as you've gotten destroyed, or as soon as you're like, you know what, I don't like this philosophy, um and then it's like they immediately call themselves something else without having read anything, no nothing. Like they haven't even like typed in a prompt to like ChatGPT about like what
Oh, is
philosophy
that
they're
what you're
thinking
saying?
of.
All these new so-called objectivists coming into the Zulu server?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
like
saying?
like imagine like with me, like I used to like Mentis Wave a lot, and then I saw Zulu's video
Mhm.
on Dave Smith, and then I was like, oh shit, like yeah,
Yeah,
this
I
guy's
see what you
actually
mean.
like
Like when I
correct.
first like heard about like objectivism, like I didn't know shit about objectivism, and I still called myself an objectivist, right? But
Yeah,
I was willing to
yeah.
learn.
But you knew
I was
nothing
willing to
about it.
learn. Right, I was
Yeah,
willing
but
to
you knew
learn.
nothing about it.
I, I,
Yeah.
I I literally was the first one to ever like get serious about epistemology, and I did all this research, independent research about epistemology, like to find all of the literature about objectivist epistemology, literally all of
I
it,
will
and I
say,
did
I never called
I did all
myself
of that
an
research, right?
objectivist because I was a Christian, and then when I'm not a Christian, I still feel too new to everything to call
I called
myself an
myself
objectivist.
I called myself
I
an
still
objectivist
don't
in the sense
really,
of
even though I
being
think
a
I probably
student.
should fit under that because I'm
I
not.
called myself an
I'm not fully
objectivist.
knowledgeable and integrated on that, on everything in it.
I called myself an objectivist in the sense of being a student. Like I was dedicated to be a student of
Yeah, like a
objectivism, you
student of
know?
objectivism, yeah.
But
Well, it's like some
like
people don't
these
even
people who
call
are coming
themselves
in,
objectivists. Like you have Gameaholics, like he doesn't call himself an objectivist until he was like read up.
right? Yeah. I guess I mean I was just like always, really dedicated in learning, like from the start, right? So I called myself an objectivist basically from the start. But like I didn't really like there were times like at first where I wasn't really, I still wasn't really understood about epistemology and stuff like but like when I got into it, I started understanding not to fucking, uh make claims and about shit that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? Not to talk about shit I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, right?
And I think a great thing is like understanding first principles, because I feel like if you understand
Right.
first principles very well, you can pretty much tackle any new question that gets thrown at you. Like you could take
Yeah.
a question that you have no idea, you've never heard of this question in your life, but you think from first principles. You're like, yeah, so I have these first principles. Like, how do I apply these first principles? How do I apply it to this question? And
Yeah,
usually you'll get the right
like
answer.
thermodynamic stuff has been like really useful for me on that front.
Mhm.
Because I mean, they are the like first principles, of all like first
Yeah.
principles, like there's the paper I linked, on intelligence from first principles by Turvey and Corella.
It's like, yeah, anything that's consistent with these thermodynamic principles would be correct. Anything that, breaks these thermodynamic principles, well, it can't be correct.
Well, it's just that's the standard of what's explanatory in science in physics because they don't it doesn't leave out any terms. Everything's entailed. There's no unentailed terms.
Yeah, it's this worldly, basically.
Right. So you can just like you can use the laws of thermodynamics, like the first law, you know, as it defines energy, right? And like the second law, we get entropy, right? We can use those terms. They have huge those concepts. They have huge like explanatory power. You can explain any process, any natural process through those laws, right? It's because these laws are scale invariant, but they have scale specific consequences. Right, and I've talked about that a bunch before, you know?
There was something else I wanted to discuss. All right, to bring up another subject.
Go for it.
Sure.
So in How We Know, Inswanger talks about how you shouldn't really refer to contradictions as being the error made in any epistemological or like deductive process, but instead inconsistencies. make
Right.
inconsistent.
All falsehoods are self contradictions.
Okay. Right. What I'm saying is Binswanger tries to not talk about these errors in terms of contradictions, but instead inconsistencies. Like your knowledge is inconsistent with.
Right, and that's the principle he's using there, is that all falsehoods are self contradictions. Right, not just like there's no metaphysical, like there's no contradictions don't exist. You know what I mean? There's no metaphysical truth and falsehood. Right? What you're doing is you're just contradicting yourself, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you wanted to make a bigger point about, I mean, like a larger point about them, about what Binswanger says and how I know about that.
No, I didn't have anything else to say about
so
it.
many books to read, man.
I mean, we can go back to watching the lecture, guys. It was at a cool, like, it was at a good point. Like we paused it, you know, at kind of like a cliffhanger.
Sure, I gotta use the bathroom first, though. Do you remember where we were?
I think I do.
I think we're at 30 something.
Yeah, we were close to 30 minutes. I don't think we were at 30 minutes. Yeah.
No, we were definitely, because known physics, subsystems.
Yeah, that's where we were.
Start at subsystems.
I'm not looking at your stream right now, so I can't see what you're looking at.
I mean, I have it pulled up on the watch together.
Yeah, to expand it. But I can't see what you're looking at still. Like, you gotta, like, play it for me to see.
The parts hang together.
There. That work?
Yeah, that's the known physics, unknown physics.
Right before subsystem. Stuff. Alright, I'll be right back.
But yeah, I think a lot of people in the server are gonna find like a lot of use out of this live stream, like to watch it back. And it's like I'm kind of like breaking the fourth wall right now, bro. You know? And like, even if we don't finish this lecture today, I mean, we could do like a part 2 tomorrow. You know what I mean? We could finish it tomorrow. We could like do halfway. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Something I've found generally is that, especially through online communities, it can be very difficult to organize an actual book club.
Right. So I just gave up. Fuck the book club.
Something I find that works better is if you just like create a like a channel or some kind of forum, like loosely about the topic, and allow people to just
right, but like I think just like even if doing that wouldn't really motivate people to talk about it too much. I think just like we have to have something to talk about, right? Like specific material, because this is like specialized like knowledge, you know, a lot of it. So we have to have specific material to talk about. You know what I mean? To discuss. And so like these like streams and all that, like all of it is gonna drive a bunch of discussion, I think, in the server, you know, and in general, like in the, you know, Zulu kind of like community, right? To like discuss more about this and look more into this, you know? Like we've already been looking into it, like a bunch of us in the server, you know, but I think it'll attract you know, a bunch more people to, you know, get serious about it like we are.
Oh shoot! Wait, yeah, isn't the Haas debate tomorrow?
Who? Zulu's debating Haas?
Yeah, Haas Aldin, the communist guy.
The fucking tanky guy, the communist conservative guy, or whatever the fuck it is. The MAGA commie, whatever it is.
Right. Well, that should be interesting to see.
Like finally, bro, he's gonna fucking debate a commie, bro. But I swear, bro, he's gonna fucking give, like, he's gonna go back to just giving dog shit like arguments, you know, from objectivists, you know, like metaphysics, right? Like a metaphysical position, like, you know, just like why, bro? You know, it was so much better when you were just like focused, really focused, you know, on the arguments, like the economic arguments, right? And stuff like that, like dealing with communists, right? Those debates were so much better than like some of his more recent debates with you know, communists.
Well, his cornerstone was his E Contrario, and I haven't heard him bring that up in a while. I'm not sure what his purpose there is. I thought that was a really lucid way to demonstrate the issue.
Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like he seems like he's kind of just like lost the plot, you know, ever since he's gotten into objectivism. Like ironically, you know, because he doesn't take it seriously, you know.
I think he takes it seriously, but I also think
I don't think he takes it seriously, bro. I don't know. What do you think Zulu's doing like most of the time, bro? I think he's probably just playing video games, you know, not really like reading stuff, you know, like objectivism, right? Objectivist epistemology and like integrating shit, you know. And that's just like what I get, like the general vibe I get like from Zulu lately, you know.
well, there might be the issue might be that he's fallen into a sort of like implicit closed objectivism, like where it isn't really relevant to engage in the more material. It's like sufficient to explain what you know, what's field it is, you know, law.
He's not reducing things to concretes. You know what I mean? And Peikoff talks about this in Understanding Objectivism, how some objectivists like even like really like smart like people, you know, who really like are serious like they want to be an objectivist, you know, be serious about objectivism, but like they miss the right method, you know, because they're just stuck in uh like rationalizations and like in you know, in abstracts, right? Like instead of, you know, reducing things to concretes, right? Reducing like how they talk about like reducing it to, you know, perception or whatever. You know, reducing is not really like, I don't like to use the term reducing, you know. But
The fuck?
who joined?
That is I.
That is
What are you
you.
guys doing?
We're
How are you
streaming,
guys
bro.
doing?
We're streaming,
Okay.
and like lots of people in the server are probably gonna watch this later, you know.
Okay, you guys have fun.
Bro, what the fuck? Why doesn't Josephis want to be on stream, dog?
Well, he's been doing that, right? He's been popping in and out.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
I do that sometimes just to
Bro,
see
where the
what's
fuck
going
is
on.
Sakura, bro? He said he had to go take a piss. He said he had to go take a piss, man. Where the fuck is he?
I think he's back.
Yo.
Huh?
Hey, Sakura.
What?
You said you had to take a piss, bro. What? Like, I've been waiting for you this whole time, bro, to start the fucking
I
lecture.
said I had to go to the bathroom. I took a shit.
Oh. I swear,
I
bro.
just
I
ate.
swear he said he had to take a piss, bro. He just didn't want to say,
bro.
like, we can look at the fucking recording, bro. Like, I'll
Rewind
be
the VOD,
fucking
bro. Rewind the VOD.
I'll be vindicated, nigga. You said like I'm gonna go take a piss, bro, because you didn't want to say you were gonna take a shit.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, you definitely did, bro. You definitely said you were gonna take a piss. But anyways, like let's find where we was at. Like no, we were a little bit ahead of this, I think.
These were so far apart. If I can get to that, then I can get to this in this particular to Russell by Poincare.
Yeah, this is where we kind of were.
As they were struggling with this, it's not trivial. This is amazingly important. Getting rid of the impredicative was terribly important. We would not have had Turing. There'd have been no Turing. There'd be no computers.
There would be no Turing, he said. There would be no Turing. There would be no computers.
Impredicative means you get rid of
What's
circularity.
Turing?
He's, you ever heard of the Turing machine, right? Or the Turing test, which is like pretty, not what I think he should be like most known for. Like Turing test is pretty not like a good like basis for distinguishing intelligence like at all. It's the whole fucking Chinese room problem, whatever. I don't want to talk about that, right? Fucking Turing machine. You know what the fuck a Turing machine is, bro?
No, I just looked it up.
Okay, yeah, it's like basically like the entire like basis of like computation, like computers, like without Turing's. Remember, we created machines to fit our mechanistic formalism. So without Turing's formalism about this mathematical machine, right? Turing's mathematical machine, this formalism, right? We could not create computers. Literally, like computers were created in order to fit Turing's formalism. So yeah.
So basically, machines don't need to work with
Huh?
They don't need to work with predicate, but they need
No, they
predicativity to
can't.
exist.
They literally can't. Like they cannot use in like they can't include in predicativities at all. There, it's non-computable. It's non-formalizable in predicativities. Because there's this essential like semantic component. Remember, there's this loopiness, right, where you can go from X to Y, or you can go from Y to X, but not at once, right?
And syntax.
And neither not
semantic.
Right. Syntax is like you can only like it's where you have one formal description that exhausts the identity of it, right? But like remember, one way of interacting with it does not exhaust the identity of it, right? There's no one formal description of it.
Okay.
There's these mutually like exclusive, like incompatible formal descriptions.
So is that what
That
machine information is about? It's what computers deal with?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Get rid of ambiguity. So what is it? What is defined participates in its own definition, for God's sake. For God's sake. You learn at school not to allow such things to happen. Its behaviors, the system's behaviors, its functions are referred to larger systems rather than to subsystems. Here's the arrow we know. This is the arrow we know. This one. Subsystems in their collection define systems. Parts define function. We go that way. The arrow runs in the thin black arrow direction. This is ordinary science. But here's Robert Rosen and others. The system is complex when it contains irremovable impredicativities. Here's Gödel's incompleteness theorem. We've had many debates about it. Many philosophers and psychologists and others say it tells us about the limit of the human mind. And Robert Rosie says rubbish. What it tells you about is what it tells you about. When Gödel was doing this, establishing the incompleteness theorem, he was working through the arithmetic in order to get rid of, in its proof, circularity. And he couldn't.
He couldn't do it.
And so that's kind of like where the whole computationalist approach fails, and probably how it came into existence. It became so like lucrative.
It's the predicative direction, right? That's remember, it's the fragments. It's what we can do with the fragments. We can't recover the impredicativity from the fragment, right? Because we lose all the information that depended on that relationship, right? So we just have this fragment. It's not X. We can't recover X from it. And what X is, like, it depends on this relationship, but like this mutually, entailing relationship with Y, right?
And they were just so afraid to deal with impredicativity or whatever that they just
it's not that they were so afraid, right? But like they got to that sense. It got to that like stage, right? You know, like you would have to read Rosen. He talks about the whole history of that, right? The whole history, how formalizability became like the ideal, and like Hilbert's like formalistic like approach, like he was trying to formalize everything, right? And then he like it was only until like Gödel's complete like Gödel came in and like basically proved like that Hilbert was, Hilbert's approach was like not gonna go anywhere, right? But it's not really like you see, right? Those fragments, right? Those artifices, right? Those artificial fragments, right? Are actually necessary for things like computation. You know what I mean?
Right.
And like I've talked about before, like how computational like engineering is actually done, like we create like a potential well, right? Like we dig a potential well like that has like the barriers, or like it's like we're building barriers of like energy, right? And we trap some like substructure, right, of like the dynamics, like the ongoing dynamics, right, outside of this well, right? We trap some substructure inside this potential well, right, such that under ordinary fluctuations of under its own internal like fluctuations, it can't escape outside of that. It can't escape by its own internal fluctuations out of that out of that well, because we built the barrier high enough, right? So we can ignore those fluctuations. We can ignore you know all of its material description and its dynamical description, right? We can ignore that and just we can give it a formal description, right? Just based on like the Boolean measure of just like we've trapped a substructure there or not. This is like, these are discrete like switches, right? These are logic gates. This is how computation works.
Yeah, and so the problem is applying those
and we can't recover the
to
original dynamics, right? We can't recover the dynamics. We can't recover dynamics from the substructure, because we trapped it.
You could not get rid of the impredicative statements where see, this is the problem. What is defined participates in its own definition. Pick up your math book, you go through, you have many of these. He went through meticulously, developed the particular numbering system that again gave us a step up on modern computers.
Yeah, like a good way to view it, right, is like it's basically we're like tracing like an irreversible ring, right, around it, like and so we can treat what's inside as inert, as reversible, right, as rate independent, right? But like it's unentailed, right? It's not able to unentail. I mean, it's not able to entail, the irreversibility. You can't get irreversibility from reversibility, right? And actually, like reversibility can exist, right? It's not a real like thing. It's basically just like we can treat it as reversible, right? Under these conditions that we're exporting all of the irreversibility and dynamics out of this, what's inside of this like irreversible ring that we created with irreversibility, right? It's like a tongue twister. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like impredicative direction is like irreversibility, right? Like
That's
like
what
the
that
second law.
ring is supposed to mean.
Just like it's irreversible, how I can slice up the pizza like in columns or in squares or triangles, but I can't do it all at once, just like I can't go from X to Y or Y to X at once, right? Right. That's what it is. That's like the same. It has the same meaning as irreversibility, right? And reversible is the predicative direction, right? And it all like it depends on impredicativity. It depends on irreversibility, right? Just like Shannon information, right? It depends on specificational information. Like all the output domain, right? It has to be fully specified, right? It's a metric for distinguishing P from Q or P from Y or Q from Y. That's what Shannon information is. It's a metric for distinguishing, all like members of a fixed alphabet, right? Like a fixed like what's it called? Like a code book or whatever, like or like a finite, like it's a finite alphabet, or I forget the term. You have all these, just like a finite list of symbols, right? But basically it's fully specified, right? And where do you get this? Like it's not a metric for specifying Y. It's not a metric for specifying Q, right? Like if like if Q was to stand for something, if Y was to stand for something,
But they
You,
can't, like, one thing can't stand for two things.
but it must be fully specified, right? Or else the computation can't halt. It can't actually compute anything. So it depends on specification. Like there's a paper on like like Turvey talks about
Computation needs
this,
an endpoint.
right?
But
But Turvey talks about this in terms of hold up, let me see if I can, because I gotta like, man, this is gonna be hard. Okay, here we go. Can you still hear me?
yeah.
Okay. Here's a paper by Turvey on specificational versus indicational information. How indicational information, it depends on specificational information, right? And like he gives
Automatically, I'm thinking of what you said about like computers not doing whatever it is. Like humans, the ones with the specificational information, need to put in channel.
Right, but like it's really like you go when what Rosen talks about how like in life itself, what you would search for. Rosen talking about this, how there's always like search for unentailed, and he'll talk about like late in the book, he'll talk about how there's always unentailed components, right, in a machine, right? Uh, like he gives a whole proof of it. He gives a whole formal proof of it.
Oh god, the OCR's all fucked up on.
Yeah, on if you want to actually look at that, like life itself, though, like because he shows a figure and everything, like it's actually pretty useful. I mean, since we're appealing to like Rosen now, like Turvey's talking about Rosen. Yeah, it's the third link. The third link, like you scroll up, you see like remember I gave you those three links. The middle one was like a wrong link. The third one is life itself. You see what I'm talking about?
Unentailed.
Yeah, search unentailed. And like it's like later in the book, in like the later half of the book. Like he'll say like there's always unentailed components. Is this on the screen right now? Because like I can't see it on the stream.
Oh no, I had to find it first.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So he gives the whole like proof, right? I mean, if you want to like look through it, you know. Like you can scroll up a little bit and then like go through this, you know. Like if you scroll up, like you can see like I think that's like an omega symbol, right? You see what he's talking about there with the omega symbol, right? Like that's what you gotta like. That's where he's talking about the infinite regress, right? That's how you really understand why there's always unentailed components.
So this would be what it looks like in computation.
Like yeah, like just scroll up so you can read like the whole like argument here. You know what he's saying here. Just like right, like you can go a little bit below, right? You can read from there, like below, right? So he's talking about the when he starts talking about the diagram, or actually, I think it's a little bit up. Maybe it might be. Maybe if you scroll up, you know, if you scroll up, maybe I'm thinking the argument starts up here.
The central argument, implementation.
Yeah. Like just skim through it. Don't read the whole thing. Skim through it, and like you'll know which parts you probably want to read aloud. You know the relevant parts. And a closed loop of entailment, right? All terms are entailed means like there's an answer to every why question.
Yeah, YF, and then closed loops of entailment.
In the system, you don't have to refer to some other like there's an answer to every why question in the system, you know? And he'll go into that. Oh, input error left. I was just about to ask him because he probably knows, like, he probably can understand this stuff a little bit better because he's into like coding and stuff.
I mean, I don't know. All I'm getting from this is that like natural systems cannot be like predicated.
Well, just like because you were almost there. I think like you were just about to get to like the relevant point of the argument. You know, like what you were reading. Like you didn't get there yet. Like scroll up. Like you were still reading. You know, like if you scroll up, like you totally skipped this page. You know what I mean? This is where you would have to like Like this is where it really like starts, like the important part of the argument, where I'm talking about, where you get into like why there's always unentailed components, you know? So basically, like in order to answer YF, right, we had to get to this other system, right, with to get this omega term, right? This omega term is now what entails F. Right? So we had to, refer to this other machine, right?
So machines refer to other machines to get the.
Well, like no, it's just like if like we're trying to, it's all machines. You know what I mean? We would just have an infinite regress. Like YF is not answerable within the machine. The machine, it's unentailed, right? It has to come from outside, right?
From another machine.
Well, if it's from another machine, and like if it's from another machine, right? So then we have the omega term to answer YF in this other machine. Then that begs the question, why this omega term, right? So then we have this infinite regress if it's machines, right?
Then we have
If
to
it's
get
all
back to
machines.
natural systems.
Yeah, right. It takes us out of the class of machines.
I see.
You see, like that's the argument he's making here, right?
Yeah, because we would need to get out of this. We would need to get to this top symbol back down to B. Like this omega back. I don't know. But like.
Right. It's just like it's I forget what he says about like the solid head arrows and the white head arrows, like what they're specifically represent, but there's a specific like point about that in the argument here. But the basic argument is just like when you have like when you try to answer YF with another, a machine, right? Then
right.
you're gonna have to answer, Y omega, and then that, and if the answer is another machine, then you're gonna have to answer why. What is this trident? This trident symbol? I forget.
So it's kind of like in coding when like you make some code that refers to something that isn't already somewhere else in the code.
Right.
And it's like if you refer to something that's not in the code, well then the computer can't compute it. It'll just give you an error.
Right.
It'll crash the game. And so you need to have
all the entailment, literally all the entailment in the machine, it comes from outside, right? From a source that is unentailed by anything in the machine. And Turvey talks about this in lecture 2 on lectures on perception. And he get what he talks about, he gets from I think it's like chapter 4 and like other parts of life itself here, where he's talking about Newton's like formalism, the Newtonian formalism, where basically everything important about the system, right? His formalism of system description, right? Everything important about the system in his view, right, is like literally it's unentailed. It's imported. It's imported from outside the system. Like it's assumed, right? And it's like it's assumed like fixed in advance, right? Like forces are like what he uses he uses the term like forces to capture the environment, right? But I don't want to get too much into that, right? But Turvey talks about the contradiction there. Like there's a contradiction there in his view. But what he's getting there is like, I mean, like Rosen also talks about how, you know, machines and formalisms, right? And like the Newtonian picture of like, you know, machines, right, is the exact same picture of, you know, like Turing machines, right? And like computers and formalisms and stuff, you know? Formalization, right? And Turvey talks about that in lecture 2 and lecture 13. And he's getting that from Rosen.
I see.
So yeah, I mean there's a lot there. You know, I don't want to like go so deep into it, like, and talk, I could talk about it for like hours, you know?
Right. I mean, we're already like 4 hours.
Yeah, but like moving on, you know? We're just moving
We're
on.
more like 5 hours in because of the other vote.
Versus impredicative issue. But here's Rosen. The system is complex when it contains irremovable impredicativity. You cannot get rid of them. And in modern time,
You cannot simply equate syntax with semantics, right?
Yeah.
non-well-founded set theory. Something happened in the 1980s. As it had happened in the 1800s. In the 1800s, we said, what about the fifth postulate of Euclid's geometry? It doesn't fit the other postulates.
Without losing information. I forgot to add that part. That's it. Yeah.
The crisis in mathematics caused uproar. The fifth postulate, the parallel postulate. Let's just change it. The young people who tried to do that couldn't get published. Lobachevsky could not get published. Gauss, the editor of the major editor in mathematics, stopped it. And Gauss actually knew. He already had the inkling of what would happen. He already had the inkling. Lobachevsky, Riemann. These people began to push differences. They just said, oh, just imagine it's not that. Just imagine this, imagine that. And as they imagined, then new geometries appeared. Einstein used a couple to give us the special theory of relativity. Those stupid teenagers trying to rewrite the fifth postulate, right? Those people couldn't get published. Miserable little blighters. What was the important thing about that particular effort with regard to the changes here? So here in 1980, people started to say, do we need sets to exclude themselves? Some mathematicians said no. And what opens up then is a means of dealing with natural language, because it has ambiguities, and to deal with natural systems which have self-referring properties. This is a new direction for the modern century.
He's talking about non-well-founded set theory, right? And you can see in the collection of Turvey's papers, like where he talks about that, right? Like there's a couple of papers where he talks about that and like impredicativity and like he like graphing like impredicativities, right? With non-well-founded set theory, which is pretty interesting stuff.
Environments of all organisms cannot be defined as the classical way we do in university philosophy departments and the way in which we build up our mathematics, because they don't suit, by this argument, the other members of the planet. It doesn't hold for all 5 kingdoms. It doesn't make much sense. What they perceive are the possibilities for doing, possibilities for action. And it's this definition that matters. Let's have a look at it. Suppose I am a behavioral ecologist. My job is to...
Wait, go back a little bit. Go back a little bit. Like before he's transitioning to this slide.
Cannot be defined as the classical way we do in...
Because it's just like, bro, this is such a great lecture, bro. Just like the integration is so massive in this lecture. Like when you're reading Turvey's papers and like the things he's talking about in this lecture, he's integrating across like so many different papers he's written. Like, you know what I mean? There's no one paper where he covers all of this stuff, right? But he covers it in all these different papers, like individually, like these different parts. So he's just doing like a lot of integration in this lecture. It's crazy. I don't know. Like put it before he went to this slide, because I didn't really hear how he transitioned here.
What kind of science? Sets to exclude themselves. And some mathematicians said no. And what opens up then is a means of dealing with natural language, because it has ambiguities.
Natural language.
Natural language has ambiguity.
What he means is just like semantic, like a semantic component.
The essential semantic.
What kind of science?
Okay, wait. What are you just saying, right? Like they have self-referring properties, right? Systems that have self-referring properties, right? And this is the new direction for the modern science, right? And then boom, what kind of science? Again.
What kind of science?
What kind of science? This is a new direction, impredicativities, all this stuff, you know? Self-referring properties, X entails Y entails X, right? Specificational information, right? All of this stuff, right? What kind of science?
What kind of science? I don't know. What kind of science?
Of all organisms cannot be defined as the classical way we do in university philosophy departments and the way in which we build up our mathematics, because they don't suit, by this argument, the other members of the planet. It doesn't hold for all five kingdoms. It doesn't make much sense. What they perceive are the possibilities for doing, possibilities for action. And it's
This statement up here is what is known as the affordance hypothesis. Like it's like said, the environments of, or like the environmental facts, right? Or like environments of organisms defined as possibilities for action, right? Affordances and perceived as such, right? So basically, right? Like a chair affords sittability and it's perceived as such, right? It's perceived as such, as a seat. It's perceived as a seat, you know? It is what it means, and it means what it is. They're one and the same.
Suppose I am a behavioral ecologist. My job is to figure out what constitutes something like a perch for the lizard. What constitutes a perch for a lizard? And trying to find out what these things are is not so straightforward. Well, it has to be view-fromable. Okay, I have to be able to stand up and see where my prey is. It has to be jump-offable with accuracy. It has to be sprint-onable with maximal speed, both to catch my prey and to escape my predators. And if you try to understand what this property is, think of it. I'm analyst. I'm walking around saying, I'm looking for a perch. What do you look for a perch? Oh, this is it. Right. This is it. So good news, I jump up here.
So all these different listed variables gave you the perchability?
And this is this anolis lizard, like this example is an example like he gives in like you can look through his like collections of papers, the collection of papers I linked, right? And you could find this example in like the citations that he's citing here, and like there's a couple of more examples he usually gives along with this, right? He's talking about it's a complex particular, the affordance, right? But yeah, I like, just to be clear, you know, you can look at what Turvey says about this in, you know, his papers, But like rewind a couple of seconds, because there's a delay on my end.
And if you try to understand what this property is, think of it. I'm analyst. I'm walking around saying, "Where? I'm looking for a perch. What's really a perch? Oh, this is it. This is it. Right. This is it. If I had good knees, I'd jump up here. I used to demonstrate gates, quadruped gates, on tables when I was younger. My wife said not to do it. Move on. Move on. So look at this. What kind of function is this? And when you look at efforts to identify what an organism takes as a place to do something, you're into what I say German words.
What is the lizard's behavior a constant function of?
What is the lizard behavior a constant function of?
What is the lizard's perching behavior a constant function of? That's the question we're answering here. That's the question. Remember, what is the worm's burrowing? I mean, plugging up burrowing, like it plugging up burrow. I don't know how to say it, right? Like, what's the worm's behavior of?
Entropy?
What's the worm's behavior of plugging up its burrows a constant function of, right? Like I mentioned earlier, you know.
And you said it was the maximized entropy, right?
Well, no. It's like that's like at a larger scale, but like at the ecological scale, you know, we're talking about affordances. Affordances.
So it's the affordances.
Yes. Remember, I linked the Nonaka like papers, Tetsuchi Nonaka papers on the worm stuff where he talks about it, like what is the worm's behavior a constant function of, and he talks about it like that.
Okay.
German words. Oh, it's a place that's view from the ball, jump off the ball with accuracy, sprint on the ball with maximum speed, and it's a function of your legs, knee legs, my legs, and the texture of breadth of the bar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very helpful. Imagine building a logic structure in ordinary philosophy departments from these things. Straightforward. The limpet's predator. So here's a limpet. You live close to the Atlantic, you see these things. So limpets escape from sea snails and starfish. Well, they do so when their size relative to their predator's size is not so great. But when their size is a little bigger than it was before, slightly bigger relative to predator size, then they continue they attack the snail, but continue to escape the starfish. And at some point, this is true, they'll attack both snail and starfish. What is predator for a limpet? What is a predator for a limpet? It knows.
Right, so there has to be one consistent thing that makes it behave in this way in relation to whatever predator.
Right, and what's specific, right? What's specific to it? You know, it's limpet size relative to predator size.
Right.
And this is another example Turvey talks about, like along with the anolis, like lizard example, right? The limpet, like how it differentiates, you know, predators that attackable predators from, you know, like predators that are not attackable, you know, like that it needs to, you know, like just like huddle away from, right? And how a limpet, like, it's pretty cool. You can search up videos of how like limpets like attack like a starfish or something. They'll just like they'll pick themselves up and like scrape against the starfish, right? They'll scrape their shell against the starfish. They're like a slug, you know. They're kind of like a clam, you know. And they don't have eyes. They don't have, you know what I mean? Right? It's but they're perceiving, right? They're perceiving acting. It's you know, functionally specific variability, right? They're varying the means to realize the end, right? Same end.
Right, because even animals with no eyes still have to perceive somehow.
Yeah. And they just have to differentiate the right variables. They just have to differentiate the right variables, right? For, you know, differentiating predators that it can attack from predators it can't attack, right?
You could also ask, how does it? It's not doing shadow. It's not doing inference. It must be something about the particular diffusion of pressure waves and the plumes that are specifying this is, for me, a retreat fromable region, or this is, for me, an approach and attack. Now, something a little harder. So here we go. What are these things? See this here? I'm going to jump a little bit.
Ooh, it's a squirrel.
Affordances. What are they? How do we lay hold of them? What kind of entity is this? Now stop for a moment. Here I'm arguing that we're trying now to do the ontology for the five kingdoms. What's the right way of describing the world for biology in terms of possibilities for action? So let's go further. This post, you can see here in this picture, there's a squirrel and a mouse. The post is jump up on the bull for the squirrel, but not for the mouse. It's not a jump up on the bull thing. I come along, I don't jump on it, but if it's something lower, you may see me do a bit of leap. The squirrel is fine. It's walk roundable for both of them, and it is pass-throughable for neither. The words, all the words are action-related words. What kind of property is it? So this is a primary predicative property. This height is obtained by relationship to this ruler. Now we're dealing with another kind of problem. The ones that have buggered us up for centuries. Secondary qualities in philosophy, psychology, and biology. The secondary qualities that when Newton and Galileo were building our physics, they ruled them out as being part of physics.
So predicative properties are the ones that we measure, and then
They're extrinsic. They're, like we have this independent, like extrinsic,
verification.
standard.
Yeah, it's like you use a ruler to independently verify what the height of something is.
In extrinsic metrics, right? Instead of intrinsic metrics, like like Stoffergen was talking about, like postural time to contact, right? And like Turvey and Kugler, they talk about extrinsic and intrinsic metrics a lot in in this book. I'm gonna link. It's a very important book, but I would definitely control F for what they say about extrinsic and intrinsic metrics, or which is basically artificial and natural metrics, right? That's the difference, and it's basically like
we created
what
the
whether
metric of the height,
yeah
the
yeah
inches, and the feet.
it's arbitrary, right? But and whatever we measure with that, it's entirely like it's basically like how whatever is next in the string of symbols is entirely dependent on the rule. Like that's what extrinsic means. It's context independent. You know, it's completely dependent
But
on what's
arbitrary in
fixed
what
in
way?
advance.
That it could be that it could be any other.
It's like just like a tick, right? It's just like a tick, like of some arbitrary like criteria. Like you say, you have like a thing in like a river that just ticks like every so often, right? It's not, you're not going to be able to recover the river, the dynamics from that. You know what I mean? It's not going to specify that, right? You have to have independent access of like to know like what's going on with the river and what you're assigning to that tick, right? That's what the extrinsic metric like can do, right? That's all it can do. But intrinsic metrics, natural metrics, are they're natural units, like the natural units defined by the system itself, right? And they're participating in its own definition, right? Like they're participating in their own definition. That's like the basics of it, right? But I'll link the paper. I'll link the book from Kugler and Turvey where they talk in very like in deep detail about this, right? About natural, intrinsic and extrinsic metrics and measurement. It's very important stuff. Hold on, I'll open chat. There we go. I can link it. Wait, did I even get the right one? No, I didn't. Information. And basically, what they also say is that, potentials, thermodynamic potentials define metrics, right, intrinsically. So we can basically,
So
like,
those
and also,
relational and predicative ones are
right. And, like, also, a key point here from Rosen, right, especially, right, Rosen, he's saying basically, like, physics, like biology can inform physics and all that, right? But his daughter has a paper also, along those lines where she's talking about that idea, right? She says like living systems, they give us like a natural like classroom for studying things, right, without destroying the thing we're trying to study. Remember, like how we would fragment it, right? We would fragment it and we couldn't recover the information that depended on the relationship, right, in the actual context, in the actual dynamics in the system, you know what I mean? But like with natural metrics, right, we don't have to destroy the system in order to study it, right? There's no unentailed terms. That's the key point, right? And especially what Turvey talks about in lecture 1, right? With like I basically explain it like in my whole like explanation of like closed entailment loops that I gave in my server, you know what I mean? How like we have to have like, the appropriate level of like system description, right? If we're leaving out, if we're leaving out something, right? Then we're basically leaving open like for like in order to account for the behavior, we're looking at the wrong scale, right? We don't have enough entailment, right? So we're looking at the wrong scale. In order to account for the behavior, we have to import like all this magic, right? Unentailed like magic, extra physical like magic, like in order to entail the phenomenon. Like Turvey gives the example of like the tides, right? In order to explain the tides, if we're just looking at the context of like the earth, right, or the earth and the water, right, earth water system, right, like the ancients, right, they would appeal to like the breath of a powerful god, right, to explain the tides, right, because it looks capricious, it looks like you don't have you don't see the laws at that scale because it's not the appropriate scale. But when you look at the earth, water, moon, sun system, then you can see the laws, right, the invariant laws, the symmetry principles, the invariance laws, right? Such that, the behavior is necessary, right? There's no unentailed terms.
right.
They're not included. That's why they call it secondary quality. They're pushed from then on by all major philosophers of perception. Our theory is of mass and distance and time. But brilliantly, it needed to.
Oh yeah, do you want to put that link in the chat?
All right.
See, I put it. Did you? No, the one I just linked.
The information natural law and
Turvey, yeah, like it's the self-assembly of rhythmic movement. Yeah, link it in the. Oh yeah, you already did. Yeah, I see. Okay. Okay, I was like scrolled up in the chat.
To identify jump honorable for this creature, you have to include the creature. It's as if when I'm perceiving, I'm perceiving that. I'm perceiving this system. Me and it. Don't take the picture too seriously. But the information about is about that object relative to me with respect to jumping up.
It's perceiving the system of which it's a part.
yeah, because you're perceiving both of the parts, which would mean that you're perceiving the whole.
You're perceiving the system of which you're a part. That's what it means to perceive affordances. It's impredicative. You're participating in your own in its own definition. Like it's participating in its own definition. You're participating in your own definition in that sense. You're perceiving the system of which you're a part.
I thought you were talking about the squirrel.
No, yeah, that's what he's saying. Yeah, that's what he's saying with the squirrel example.
About me. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what he's saying with the squirrel example. You've seen in other like where he said talks about the squirrel example in his papers, right? And in another lecture, right? He puts like the subtext. He'll say like it's perceiving the system like of which it's a part. You know, the squirrel perceives the system of which it's a part.
And so we also perceive that system when we like observe it jumping on the post.
Yeah, but that's that's the system, you know, where all the terms are entailed. You know,
Yeah.
that's how you get like a perception of that affordance is a fact of that system, right? The organism environment system.
And physical, but in what sense? What are we after here? What kind of science do we need to handle these sorts of problems? Well, we can see that it's impredicative, but I'm also willing to argue it's quantum compatible. Because the issues of quantum theory are these are quantum theory issues. That's why people for a while were grabbing quantum logic and man, they didn't know what to do with it. They're sort of now circling around the old quantum logic because what it's trying to do is express things more generically. What kind of problems showed up in the early 1900s that we gave the title quantum theory to? Problems like this. Problems rampant with impredicativities. What kind of science? Information about and energy.
What kind of science?
Wow.
Yeah, but on that quantum, like there's a good paper right where he talks about quantum-like issues at the ecological scale, and that's what he's referring to there. And there's also a lecture like where he focuses more on that on YouTube. Like it'll be like there's like the title it says like non-locality or no, actually it's a different lecture on YouTube. It's like yeah, it's titled quantum-like issues at the ecological scales. It's titled the same. It's titled the same title as the paper, quantum-like issues at the ecological
I gotta
scale.
go back and see this.
What it's trying to do is express things more generically. What kind of problems showed up in the early 1900s?
Here's the paper. I'll link it. There's also a lecture by the same title on YouTube from him. And he also talks about this in the 2013 paper. The paper titled "What Kind of Science Does it Entail?" Like that paper that I linked earlier. He talks about that how it's like impredicative and quantum compatible, and what that means. Like I don't want to get too. I don't want to get into that, but it's like it's an important point.
Rampant with impredicativities. What kind of science? Information about and energy for as reciprocal aspects of nature. Look at the dragonfly. It's going to catch an ideally. There's a. I once fell over something. My wife didn't see that. It's good. There's an insect up here.
This is a point given in the ecological physics paper, in the Toward Ecological Physics and Physical Psychology, that paper that we looked at for the the oxygen like atmosphere increase stuff. Yeah, it's in that paper, this point, and it's also in Lectures on Perception where he's referencing that paper. So like just to like mention the relevant citation, like the relevant resources here for what he's about to talk about, because it's an important point too.
All right.
This is a barrier. When to swerve? How much torque to apply? Is that thing edible? How far away is it? What's the time to contact? This is a dragonfly, just going about everyday business. To see direction to contact, it's to see torque to contact. Right, look what's going on here. I worry about you guys. I worry about these. I watch flies, I watch insects. I walk around the woods wondering how any of these things can do anything they do. You look at what they're doing, for God's sake.
Yeah, bro. Honestly, honestly, when he's done saying this point, right, I like you should probably open the ecological physics paper and like, because he says it so beautifully, like the way he ends off the paper with, talking about the dragonfly stuff. Like I think it's just so beautiful, like the way he ends off that paper. I think we need to read it.
Okay.
Bats and dragonflies perceive openings with respect to their wingspan. They just do it. Now, if I'm going to catch something, then I have to create a talk. That means information about that thing and talk. They're going to sit there inferring, oh, I see, this thing is in these coordinates, now I'm going to do this and that, and I'm going to produce this. I think not. I think nature is way beyond some of these measures. All of this, if you can see this, I think this says, how is information, I'm going to be clever, I'm not.
How is the information that is detected
How is
related?
That is detected.
Thank you. How is information about
I mean, it is fucked up by the projectors.
related to the energy that is controlled? So look at the requirement. Information about an energy for as reciprocal aspects of nature. For all of the five kingdoms, there's some deep linkage between information about and energy for control. Watch yourselves today, all the little bits and pieces of movement you're doing, requiring all the right kinds of energy, all the right kinds of torque, all the right kinds of forces. We currently argue you use inverse Newton. We also currently argue you use inverse optics. To get robots to do these things, we give them inverse Newton. Give them Newton's equations and all that entails. We give them the optics, the theory of optics, and all that entails. In order to get them to see okay, in order to get them to move okay. What kind of science? So this is the dragonfly again, or any other.
And that's also a point he makes repeatedly in like lecture 21, like in like the later lectures on perception. How he's saying like you need the whole theory of optics, and you need like the entire theory of Newtonian mechanics in order to see and to move right on the computational view. And all that it entails, literally all that it entails, it has to be fully specified. Remember, for computations to be to terminate.
Yeah.
We're going to, I think, have to consider is a gauge invariant. Gauge invariance takes the global symmetry and expresses it locally. So look at this dragonfly. What does it have to do? It's intent. Here I am. I'm going for that stupid insect. So here I go. I'm changing my torques. I'm changing my direction. I'm changing my speed. I'm moving in and out those obstacles. I'm avoiding this. I'm seeing the openings, etc., etc. And all of that over variations in information detection, energy dissipation, proximity to the catch. That's an invariant. That's a deep invariant. Excuse me. When I see people talking about which part of the brain does intentionality, I just wring my hands. The issue here is, what the hell is this word picking off scientifically? What is it picking off scientifically? We need to
Yes, bro. Like rewind that back, bro. Fucking like he has to like let him say that shit again, bro. You know? Let him say that shit again. No, like even like a little bit more.
So here I go. I'm changing my torques, I'm changing my direction, I'm changing my speed, I'm moving in and out those obstacles, I'm avoiding this, I'm seeing the openings, etc., etc. And all of that over variations in information detection, energy dissipation, proximity to the catch. That's an invariant. That's a deep invariant. Excuse me. When I see people talking about which part of the brain does intentionality, I just wring my hands. The issue here is, what the hell is this word picking off scientifically? What is it picking off scientifically? We need to naturalize intentionality. All these creatures are exhibiting functional variability. They're all modifying means to get to ends. So this is the deepest symmetry we know of. This is runs the universe. Huge invariance. It's the biggest there is. So why would it not show up here? And why would it not show up in previously disguised forms? Because we actually don't bother to ask these questions. We don't look at this creature and say, well, what's he doing? His intention is persisting. It's invariant over all these variations. That's where a group symmetry theorist steps in. He starts doing the hard work of discovering nature's symmetries. And how
You can pause for a second. So basically, like this stuff about what he's talking about, applying it to like the dragonfly, right? Stuff like you'll see that in the paper on ecological physics, right? That paper is by Turvey and Shaw, right? I'll also link right now to a collection of some of Shaw's papers that I have, right? And Shaw has a lot of stuff on like symmetry and like like a lot of cool stuff like that. That is like also really interesting. His whole thing is like intentional dynamics and like intentionality is like a symmetry, right? Like as an invariance, like an invariant, right? And it's like the way he understands it, right? Like even a system like it doesn't need to know its goal, right? In order to like act towards that goal, to be constrained by that goal, it doesn't have to know it, right? Like intentionality, right? Epistemic, the qualifier epistemic. This is why Turvey says in lectures on perception, right? Like he separates like he separates epistemic and intentional. He says like living systems are intentional epistemic systems or epistemic intentional systems. They're like epistemic is a qualifier on intentionality. Intentionality is primary, like indirectness. You know what I mean? It's like a subset,
All right.
What kind of science?
But it's not equated with epistemic and intentionality. It's not equated. That's the key point. Also, if you want to link Shaw's papers, that's the collection of Shaw's papers right there.
I see. Shaw's papers.
So here's agency again. This is a wonderful problem, the outfielder problem. We've worried about this for a while. Do you have baseball teams in Florida? No. We have a few up north. Red Sox. Unfortunately, this is West Coast. Looks like in yeah. Oakland. I want to introduce the notion of proper organization, because what I'd like to do is the lawful basis for prospectivity. So agency. In order for me to adjust means to ends, that means my behavior has to be in relation to things that are upcoming. Retrospectivity means my current behavior has to be in relation to things that I've encountered. Now these two words, one sits here as a kind of anticipation, one sits here as memory. Okay.
Right, and I think Gibson, because I was reading the paper, I think Gibson said that like animals lack the retrospective aspect.
I don't know. I don't think he said that. I don't think he would have said that.
It might have just been plants then.
No, I think because Gibson restricted himself. Gibson, he restricted his study to like animals, right, and like specifically terrestrial animals, right. So he didn't focus on plants and stuff. But like, there's been a lot of ecological psychology research like recently, on plants.
Or maybe it was introspection. I don't know.
And they specifically had to clarify Gibson was just like limiting himself, and like we're expanding it, to talk about plants which he didn't care about. He didn't talk about.
We are again scientists. We're trying to find out what those words tag.
But it's all about the mutual sequencing, right? Just like it's not about like like future or past in like some abstract sense, right? It's just like time is like the mutual sequencing among things, you know? Here, like prospectivity and retrospectivity, this range, right? It's just like this range of like the mutual sequencing of like things you're encountering, and then you encounter this thing, and then you encounter this thing, like relative to, you know, you're encountering this other thing. You know what I mean? Like it's all relative to one another, right?
Okay.
And it's like Nonaka, Tetsushi Nonaka, like those papers I linked by Tetsushi Nonaka. He has a lot of cool stuff about, you know, uh, like like how Gibson, you know, it's basically like you don't need to, you know, like imagine like the event, right? Like there's the invariant, right? It's invariant across the whole event, right? You don't have to imagine like the output, right, as some isolated like output at the end of the event, right? It, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
there's invariance, right? So you just like you can basically see the whole event, right? Like as you're participating in the event, as you're coordinating with that event, right? And Tetsushi Nonaka talks a lot about that. Like I think he talks about it in a you know very like in a very like well put way.
Ron's trying to get checked out. This thing forever.
Does this person have to compute time and compute space? No, it turns out the solution, nature's solution, is quite wonderful. There's an optical variable discovered about, hinted at in 1968, discovered about 2000. If you hold this optical variable, which is the ball in its flight has a property of the acceleration of the closed optical contour on a solid optical solid angle to the eye, if it remains invariant, that is, if its velocity remains unchanged, then you will end up at the right place at the right time. You never compute time, you never compute space. So here's an ecological solution to a very hard problem. How many of them are there? And if we keep looking, excuse me again, if we keep looking into brain, what's the chances of you finding these things? What's the chances you'll find these things?
You simply move as to keep that variable constant, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's another ecological law, just like, you know, to move forward, right? You gotta just, you know, the optic array flow.
Where's not?
In 2001, the computer scientist Dubois proposed two theories of two ways of addressing anticipation. Weak anticipation is by models. Very common. The best exemplar, best theorist of that was a person from Scotland, Craik, a remarkable man. He helped actually build the first radar during World War II. He was a psychologist and mathematician, and he promoted the notion of internal models. Strong anticipations by law. So this set includes all these kinds of phrases we use. I say, oh, I expect the following will be true, I predict something's going to happen, I guess that. And we try to build the science of anticipation around such terms. In this small set is the domain of strong anticipation. And here is one thing we...
Bro, these are intentional idioms. Expect that, guess that, predict that, right? These are intentional idioms, right? And you'll see like Turvey talks about in lectures on perception and like other places, right? Like when and it's just like generally like whenever you see intentional idioms, right? It implies the taking out of a loan of intelligence, right? When you're seeing intentional idioms like expect that, decides that the probability like prefers this over that, you know, like in this probability sense, right? Like Turvey talks about this in lectures on I think it's like fucking I don't remember which lecture it is. I don't remember. But it's one of them.
Right.
Again, we're talking only about 11 years. You can have a master system.
It's where he first talks about loans of intelligence. So you can probably just control F for loan of intelligence. And that's where he talks about that, like how intentional idioms, wherever you see that implies the taking out of a load of intelligence.
Function of y, and here's a coupling term linking this to this. It has a delay term in it. What does this do for me? Well, what Voss and others have shown, both mathematically and in terms of physical systems and some biological systems, that if you set up this equation, then the master runs ahead of the slave, and at some point the slave is anticipating the master. That's what these equations give you. They give you anticipating synchronous. They're now synchronized. Now it's the slave who's paying. Let's look at some simulations, and I'm going to play with coupling strength. Various simulations, so we can have the harmonic dynamic anticipating a chaotic dynamic. This is interesting. If you look here, I put this turn off all the lights. This is a very interesting building.
Yeah, I won't talk much about this, but I won't talk much about all this stuff about anticipation. I won't talk much about this stuff about anticipation, but like you can, there's a lot of details on this. Like he has whole papers on this. You can see in his collection of papers if you want to know more about what he's talking about here.
You'll notice a small error here. If you could see this clearly, the harmonic system has, as it were, misjudged the chaotic. And then again, you see it's anticipating. This is the harmonic system. After we've set it up, it's running ahead of the chaotic master, the roster. And down below, the chaotic system, which has many, many time scales, is anticipating a harmonic oscillation. Let's do something serious with respect to this tool, this new tool we're getting. The possibility that one thing can become synchronized anticipatorily with respect to another. So there's some interesting problems. If I push you off the day-night cycle for a little bit, your particular homeostatic behaviors will become disturbed. If I look at your homeostatic behaviors just before you're waking up, then some of them
This makes
in. They all kick in, by the way, before you wake up.
Yeah.
They start kicking in, and they kick in at different times. Different time chemistries, different time rhythms of this and that kind, and so on and so forth. You are terribly anticipatory in your homeostatic behavior of the light-dark cycle. So here's an evolved synchrony.
Is this kind of what he was talking about with like you're sitting on all the behaviors?
Yes, exactly right. This is where homeokinetics comes into, like the anticipatory, like the anticipatory stuff, like that he's talking about. Like, it's hard. It's hard. It's a little bit low key to. It's easy to miss because when he talks about the anticipation stuff and like the papers on anticipation, he doesn't talk about homeokinetics, right? But where he's talking about, like you see, he explicitly makes the connection here, right?
Yeah, because to me it's kind of like, I guess like there's certain behaviors that you sit upon that I guess kind of
Right.
rely on some
It's
variables.
it's all about delay coupling where you're delaying your the flow the in and out flow of like energy. You're able to delay flows, right? And like you'll see Turvey talks about this in in the 2013 paper titled the same, what ecological perspective on perception action, what kind of science does it entail, and in that paper he talks a lot about that, and he talks about that in the paper on intelligence from first principles, right? Guidelines for inquiry into intelligence from first principles, that paper, right? He talks about that in there too. Like those two papers are actually like meant to be like they like go together. Those are in like you can find those in the collection. For anybody watching, right?
Yeah, because he
but
said take you off the day-night cycle, and I immediately thought of like if you move to like a different country and you're in a different time zone, right? Day and
Right.
night
This is
can be different from what you had before.
yeah.
So
This is
moving
exactly what
from
we were talking
Vermont.
about with homeokinetics and like behavioral like modes, right? Behavioral cycles, right? Like yeah, and he talks about that in other papers. Like you would have to search through other papers in that collection and search for specifically what he says about homeokinetics, right? And then you would have to make that connection yourself explicitly between the anticipation stuff, the delay coupling stuff, right? And homeokinetics. And because like if you read the original sources on homeokinetics, like that connection is already explicit in there, right? And also, the autocatakinetic stuff from Swenson, it also makes that kinetic connection explicit.
Realm of plantine. Turn off the light dark cycle and the plant continues. This is where it's first observed in plants. Oh my god, look at that. The plant is still opening its leaves and it's done. See, it's done. In the literature, it's treated as if this is exhibited by all creatures and goes on internally. This is not true. I have no idea where this came from, but it seems to be treated as a uniform argument. This is a summary recently of all the literature. Long free runs, that's a free run, are not unusual, but they're not typical. They're not typical. If you look at
The idea, like it's all connected, like especially with the idea of what we were talking about a lot earlier, right? Like how it feeds back, right? Like in autocatakinetic like cycles, like in Swenson's work, right? He talks a lot about this, like how like it feeds back, right? And like amplify like the internal potential, right? Like it amplifies these processes, right? You get what I'm saying? Right, that's what these delaying flows and stuff is. It allows you to amplify, like self amplification, right? I'm not trying to get into too much details, right? But like I'm pointing to where you can like learn more about that because there's a lot more that goes into this that Turvey's not even talking about here.
Yeah, the autocatakinetic stuff is. I'll get to it at some point.
Yeah, there's a paper actually by Camaro, which also connects, the non-well-founded set theory stuff. He's like it's a paper on modeling self-organization with non-well-founded set theory, and he's talking about Swenson's like autocatakinetic systems and stuff, which is pretty cool. It's in like if you go in the collection on Turvey's papers, you can see or I think it's maybe the collection on Swenson's papers. You can see all the like there's a whole special issue on like intelligence from first principles. Camaro's paper is in that special issue, right? On modeling self-organization with non-well-founded set theory. It's pretty cool because he shows like the impredicative loops in the graphs and everything. He talks about impredicativity and autocatakinetics, right? And like how it's close to efficient causation and what that means. And I think he like the way he talks about what that means. I think it's like very like illustrative. To understand the autocatakinetic stuff, like not just from Swenson to get a different kind of like, you know, more like fuller context, like of an explanation, you know what I mean? Of it, right? From a different perspective, like more bring in some more things like the impredicativity and stuff, right? It helps to understand it better.
Hot bifurcation. Thumb. It's done. Other times you turn it off and the thing just travels along and crash. Other times you turn it off and it goes. Name your variation. You can find it in the literature across all 5 kingdoms. All 5 kingdoms. You can pick it up in a short time. This is my favorite. This is of the class Protoptista. This is Physarum. You know it as a slime mold. There are some creatures on the planet you should use as your benchmark about everything. The spider Portia, who is smaller than just you've ever studied in cognitive science. If you really wish to get shocked about cognitive science, look up Portia abduction. Look her up. She is amazing. I know she's talking about feet. Portia. Look her up. She is absolutely amazing. 300 to 600,000 neurons. That's memory, anticipation. Okay, wander off for hours, knowing exactly what it's doing. Come back to the very site where it saw its prey, possible predator. Comes back behind it. Sees it here, it's on the top of Kelso's head. Sees it, Portia looks. Portia goes off. Wanders.
Oh man, I gotta fucking get back together because it was like black for me for some reason. I didn't see anything.
What's wrong?
I had to join back the watch together because I didn't see anything for some reason. So I don't know if like, can you rewind maybe a little bit?
Go back to
Portia goes off. If you really wish to get shocked about cognitive science, look up Portia abduction. Look her up. She is amazing. I know she's talking about feet. Portia. Look her up. She is absolutely amazing. 300 to 600,000 neurons. That's memory, anticipation. Okay, wander off for hours, knowing exactly what it's doing. Come back to the very site where it saw its prey, possible predator. Comes back behind it. Sees it here, it's on the top of Kelso's head. Sees it, Portia looks. Portia goes off. Wanders through all the brush, through dead things on the floor. Comes here behind Kelso. Portia. So when you want to be shocked a little bit, just say to yourself, Portia and then plasmodium. Thesaurus can solve, by the way, I'm not being carried away, Thesaurus can solve problems in computer science. We are using Thesaurus to solve problems like the traveling salesman problem, which is NP complete. NP hard problems. It does the Steiner tree problems. It's shown us 2 new solutions to Steiner tree problems. What you do is you put lumps of food on it. It's a protoplasmic thing. You put lumps of food on it, and then it gets itself organized into thermodynamic channels, and you look at the channels. So if you put 4 on or 6 on or 8, then it produces the minimal paths. It does the traveling salesman problem. It's a lump of protoplasm. No brain, no nervous system.
Talking about a slime mold right now.
slime mold.
Like self-organization slime mold. Like it does a NP complete problem. And that's just like fucking like amazing, you know?
Anyway. Sorry, no, I'm not done. Am I? It's been a long day. So this thing can learn the day-night cycle in this sense. So you put it into an environment where it's dry and then moist, dry and moist. When it's dry, its speed drops. So the thing is movement. It's not really moving, it's spreading. And it spreads, the amoeba spread at some speed. So when it's dry, they move slowly. So that's where they were moving when it was moist. Moist, they go back. So now you've got the period you can create. Give them the period. Within a short time, they've got the period. They've got it. So you turn off this cycle, and there they are. They're into the cycle. This is an amoeba. Great big lump of jelly. It's got the cycle. And if you change, suppose you use
It's got the cycle, man. Bro, I love the way he
cycle.
says this shit.
It's back in immediately. Back in immediately. It has memory of the cycle it was in before. So you can mix the cycles up, 90s, 30s, 90 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes, seconds, whatever. Go back. And it shows you, oh, I remember that cycle. Memory. Think of these words, anticipation, or prediction, memory. What is the piece of nature that they're tagging? I don't think it looks like the pieces that we have simulations using the anticipatory synchronization equation set. This is the coupling strength. When it's very high, hard coupling. I mean, this is like a force. You're being run by a force. Swift synchronization, abrupt loss. Medium coupling, slow synchronization, gradual loss. Soft coupling, very slow learning, but very prolonged. That's what they need here.
And this coupling is remember, it's literally it's the information movement links, the information control links that I was talking about earlier, right? Like in the Lee room, you know?
Hmm.
And you can also search up like there's videos by like Rob Gray, especially on information control links. Like there's a lot of that stuff like in like, you know, Rob Gray, like he talks about that and like just, you know, in applying that to like sports science, because probably you got that from Turvey's paper on like information control and action in sport. That he has a paper on that. But like it's ecological psychology is big in like sports science and like skill acquisition stuff. Like there's like Rob Gray on YouTube. He has some cool like videos and stuff like, you know, illustrating like information control links, like like linking your movements to information, right? Like invariant information to just control your actions, right? And like, but Turvey's talking about like in terms of synchronization, you know, synchronizing like, you know, the nested cycles of behavior. Remember we were talking about, you know, the principle of ecological realism, right? How it's like the nested like behaviors are oriented to like the nested properties of the environment. That's in
Yeah, is
the
that about
paper
the
on.
behavior stuff again?
Yeah, that's in the paper on intelligence from first principles. It says that like the principle of ecological realism. And we're talking. Remember we were talking about like the nesting of behaviors and stuff, like how like
Yeah.
you know, like it's oriented at various like the bird's beak is like oriented to, you know, the bark of the tree like at various, you know, temporal spatial temporal grains, right? At a finer and like more coarser scales, right? Were you there when we talked about that?
I'm pretty sure I was. We talked about
Yeah. But basically like that's like the whole thing, that's like connect, like if you can integrate all of that together, what Turvey's talking about right now with the synchronization and delay coupling, right? It's about all about like scales like going like that's what homeokinetics is all about. It's about the like processes, right, that bind the scales, right? The scale, like the processes between scales that bind the scales together, you know? That's what homeokinetics is all about, right? And it's like we're connect, like if you can integrate like I'm still like, this is like something I'm still like not fully integrated on, you know? But like if you can integrate all that together, you know what I mean? That's like where all the, like you can see all the connections there. Oh shit.
Theory is the last slide. You like this?
All right, almost done.
Very well.
Okay, I'm tired.
Particularly for those of you who are around all day. Theory of perception action for all organisms. What kind of science does it entail? In 2003, at a conference here, I made an argument based upon my concerns.
I made
an argument based on my concerns from a conference here in 1987. I'm like that creature who doesn't forget. So how about this? These are arguments that have been made so well at this center. The order parameter of collective variabilization expresses a coherent relation among parts and processes. So when we're looking at these creatures from the five, we can approach them through identifying their collective variables for their particular perception action phenomena they're displaying. And these collective variables express coherent relations among parts and processes. This is the genius of them. They're hard to find. If you want to see how hard they are to scientists trying to understand what the collective variable is very hard. See, they're frustrated systems, because since they're so different, their local interactions have to be different. And they all must compromise. Remember the famous fins of von Holst. So here's these fish that he studied, the ones that began this center many years ago, if you will. Looking at fish, see the fins here, they're the same size, and this guy's smaller. Like me, you're asking me to get these two to connect, right? This guy likes to do that, and this guy likes to do this. Suppose I let this one go this way. That hurts. So this is my coordination. It's not quite the one I'd like to do in isolation. And this one is certainly long away from what it likes to do. It likes to do something like that. So I'm compromising. There's some frustration there. I want to do this and I want to do that. So these systems, so-called frustrated systems, tell you how hard it is to get to those things. Being hard doesn't mean to say we don't do it. That's the nature of science. We try. There are many micro, macro neuromechanical processes. This is an acting person. And here's this argument made by Schoener and Kelso. I call it the Schoener-Kelso conjecture. I like it a lot. The idea is to take all of the things I've been talking about and enfold them into the collective variable. Where are we heading? What kind of science are we going to need down the road for these systems to understand their behavior, their perception action? The action, and this word I like. I have only the remotest idea of what it means and how it's implemented. Action perception pattern evolves as a typical motion equation. This is the order parameter, and these are the control parameters that are either specific or not specific in their effects. Under this way of thinking, function entails components. Isn't this the problem with, if we will, with the stem cell? Someone give me the theory of the stem cell. Stem cell is puzzling. You take it and you stick it in those material things which generate the skeleton. And it says, oh, okay. And you take it and stick it in those material things that generate this gut. And the stem cell says, okay. And you take it and stick it in those material things that give you your nervous system. Stem cell says, okay. So what kind of part do you want me to become? Why is stem cell logic hard for us? Why is it so hard? Because this is the entailment. This is impredicativity, where the function specifies the component. That's why I was raising questions today about you sort of step in and you see these things you can point to and you say they're the components. In a complex system, you have to remain agnostic. Knowing what the components are requires an entire technology. And the organization is more, it's not ordinary causal stuff. It's more like this is a support metaphor. All these laws are supporting perception action. There's no straightforward cause-effect argument. So, for the...
I'm just letting him cook right now because he's cooking like so crazy right now. But all of this stuff, he talks about it more in his papers again,
Bro's cooking.
I've given you something to worry about for the next 25 years. Thank you very much.
There's like a question period if you want to stick around for the question period.
We're gonna get the questions, yeah. Do what kind of question?
You make the argument, or you want to get rid of inferences as the basis of human action. Did I follow that correctly?
I would like to see, for example, the word inference not used in many domains. For example, right now, C. I don't want this room to be inference. Yeah.
Well, what about other domains, the mental verbs that are sort of what cognitive psychologists want to say are the uniquely human aspects of the mind? Do you aim to get rid of inferences as a basis for them?
I must admit that I have had a long and difficult time with language, even though I've worked on it and had grants on it for, someone pointed out here, for a long time, since about 1970. I tend to wear a couple of hats, and when I'm wearing the language hat, I am much more willing to use the very words that I'm trying to banish just this reason. It's not so much, however, that I think that it won't be true in the long run. But at this point in time, I have not the slightest idea. But I'm willing to contend that we actually have very little idea about how to deal with language. And I'm pleased to see some of the sorts of changes that have come about, although none are too satisfactory. Like the Ellman work, I think, has maybe improved connectionist, in quotes, connectionist style modeling. I think we probably recognize that we are done with the kind of interpretations that were handed down from Chomsky onwards. I think our syntax theories remain a bit watery, but I'm with you on this one. I think at the moment I'm allowing some variant of inference. The question is what might that be? Okay.
Not sure what he's talking about with the inference.
Direct inference. This is what Shaw talks about. Shaw talks about like if there's any inference, it's direct inference.
Well, yeah, because the lady was like, "Oh, you plan to get rid of inference?" Like,
No,
we never said that.
Just like we want to put it in and just like leave it in its proper place, bro.
Lucky man. Oh, my wife. Never bring your wife or husband to a conference, yes.
But yeah, Shaw talks about this in a 2003 paper. You could see in the collection of his papers. The paper is titled, I think it's called like the agent environment interface. In that paper, he makes an argument that like all awareness is direct awareness, and then like he just says like, and then he like makes an argument that like about direct inference, right?
That we're like directly aware of the environment.
Just look what he says there in his paper. If you want to get into that, like I just want to finish this lecture. The agent environment interface. It's a 2003 paper by Shaw. Also, another important paper by Shaw is a 2001 paper. I think like processes, acts, and experiences. Those two papers are really important to read.
Okay.
Defining a system in terms of itself. Could you just draw that distinction between the admonition against levels of intelligence and the championing of impredicativities?
So we typically don't use impredicative where x equals x. That's not impredicativity. But we could. You're right. I mean, if we take a term like intelligence, she's got. So if I take a term like intelligence, then I'm allowed to define it by impredicativity principles, by a set of things which could include intelligence. That could be it. But whatever it is, then it is obviously bound to these other matters. It's a good question. I would have to give it a thought. I always do that. It's a good question. I have to give it a bit of thought.
Can you articulate for us the distinction between law and mechanism? That's to say, even in these frustrated systems, they seem to sort of violate general laws of phase transitions, for example, because there are specific mechanisms responsible for the effects. So an argument against this general approach is that it doesn't tell you about mechanism.
Except for maybe the roles of the laws of thermodynamics.
Well, that requires more explanation at this point, but feel free. Some would say, some of my physicist friends would say that a law at one level is just, there will be laws at lower levels that would be called mechanisms. An example.
Oh, is he talking about how thermodynamics only applies to certain scales?
Let's hear it. Like rewind because I can't hear anything what Turvey's saying when you're talking. By the way, so Let's hear what Turvey answers, you know? Because see how he understands the question.
Sort of violate general laws of phase transitions, for example, because there are specific mechanisms responsible for.
Skip like forward to Turvey's answer. See how he understands the question.
Tell you about mechanisms.
Except for maybe the roles of the laws of thermodynamics.
Well, that requires more explanation at this point, but feel free. Some would say, some of my physicist friends would say that a law at one level is just, there will be laws at lower levels that would be called mechanisms. An example of that might be quantum mechanics. We consider quantum mechanics a theory of physical systems.
Well, the issue really is the word cause, and we have failed to agree, I would say, scientifically and philosophically upon the interpretation of that, although we have many good ones that we have used. And we seem to use it in a way that basically looks like it works. We certainly have done well with the kind of minimal causal language of the likes of, go back some centuries, Galileo and Newton. But the issue at hand, I think, is that all the causes we look at. So here we go. Suppose I go to law. So laws say what's possible, but context says what would actually occur. And it's that fit between the laws and the context, the boundary conditions, the ancillary conditions, the constraints, those terms that reveal or provide what actually happens. And maybe these arguments are for the deeper and better understanding of the context. If we go back to the developmental experiments that I referred to, those things, clearly there are some tremendously.
And he's talking to a real thing that he refers to in his 1992 paper and on the ontology of affordances, like affordances, and I forget the title. It's like it has affordances in the title, and it has perspective control in the title. It has ontology in the title, right? But it's in the collection of Turvey papers, right? He talks about that there, and then generally you could find it probably in ecopsych too. Like it's a combination of laws and conditions or constraints, right? And like you see that in a bunch of places, like there's a Kelty Stephen paper where he talks about that, laws and constraints, right? Like we put it together, but basically the way I understand it, I like to understand it is how we understand like measurement, right? Like how we're doing like lesser difference, right? In relation to like relative to the greater difference, right? Like from a foil, from a far distant foil. So basically, like I think it's like we can take the foil as like a constraint. Like a foil is the constraint, right? Or any constraint. We can have a bunch of different foils, right? And so like yeah, like it's like we have all these natural dimensions that things like just lie on, like with their particular like differences and stuff, right? And it's like we take some foil, right? We take these foils as constraints, right? And it basically, like the differences like sort of like cluster together. You know what I mean? Like if you take a couple of different axes or whatever, you'll have a bunch of, things cluster together. Like that's the range, right, for the specific concept, right? When we're talking about concept formation, right? Like if you have like a two axis, like you have a grid, right? It can like all fall like in one corner of the grid, right? In like a you know what I mean? Like in a bunch of different places, but like in that one corner, like all clustered together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
So
like there's a general
right, but it's like you can like, and now think of it like every single other thing on those dimensions if we take it as a foil, like actual as a foil, you know? Like what that would mean, right? We would have all these
It's
different
basically
clumps.
like you're looking across a bunch of different like data points.
Like, and we overlay them together, like you would have like very solid like clumps, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like in statistics, it would be like an outlier, where it's like you have all of
Right.
this general group, and then you have like a bunch of space in between that group, and then you have the outlier that just kind of
Right, and it's like remember, it's like there's lawfulness here, like there's you know, invariance, right, between like, you know, like the specific like ratio of lesser difference, right? Like, right, like you can keep uh including all these foils, right, and they'll be like a specific, you know, ratio, right, where it's like where there's a lesser difference relative to like the greater difference from a foil, right? But like there's a specific ratio there where it won't be greater difference, right?
Mhm.
So that's like that's the lawfulness, that's the laws, and then the constraints are the foils, you know, the foils you choose.
But what we don't appreciate is just how multiple and subtle are the contextual conditions. They're necessary necessary conditions which we don't pay any attention to. So we look at this, we know we can manipulate, maybe we can manipulate something genetic, and we see something take place. But there are many, many conditions sitting there which are being satisfied, whose names we do not know. That's why I gave you the twitching and the not seeing your feet. Those sorts of things. So maybe this is a moral argument for worrying about laws, but now incrementing our concern for context. I think in the domains of cognitive science, context may be the most important word of all. I was mentioning to the memory research we did earlier, I don't know if the person who did it, so it's just left. But in memory research we did, the neuroscientists still talk about trace decay, but most psychologists don't. Because most psychologists see the forgetting retention literature as one about context. It's a matter of the context, context of original acquisition, context of the time of retrieval, etc., etc. And when you run experiments, you make those things about equal. Like take a hippocampal patient, we did hippocampus today, give them one of these incidental learnings where they just come in and read words off the screen, and then you bring them back 2 years later in the same room, in the same place, and you have them read those words and others which were not on the screen 2 years ago, and they read them faster. They read them faster. Their latencies are shorter. These are weird phenomena because it's like there's a principle of time translation symmetry, which you break by changing conditions. If you reinstate conditions, which is what I mentioned today, the arguments of the American memory theorists in the 30s and 40s, these functions. So I think maybe much of what's being said here is concerned again with the concept of context taken seriously and formally expressed by tools that we can work with.
The concept of context taken seriously and expressed formally, right? In like what he just, like the way he just said, you know, expressed by tools that we can work with, right?
Mhm.
The concept of context, bro. As like objectivist, like you should know like how important that is. You know, like he's a fucking bro. He has to be a fucking like objectivist, bro. You know what I mean?
You gotta
He's
know it
getting
to be
this shit.
good.
He's getting this shit from objectivism. He has to be. You know, there's just no way, bro. He has
Nah,
to
dude,
be.
it's like what you said. It's like what you said about like all the other philosophers is that like they have like some differences, but they're like the same essentially. You know?
No, like literally, like I know he knows, he's familiar with objectivism. He's cited objectivists.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah. He just doesn't. He's not so explicit about it because he's a professor, you know, in academia, right? So he doesn't want to be like laughed at. You know what I mean? Right? like having a fucking comic book philosophy, right? Like they say in academia about objectivism.
Yeah.
But like he's very much an intellectual, you know, like uh, by all objectivist standards, you know,
Yeah, no, you
like
can
a
see
real
it
real
because
dude.
he's always like science and philosophy. Like he's aware
Right,
that these like inform each other.
right. And so I mean, he's an older guy, you know. Maybe he's like one of those guys who's like, you know, got familiar with objectivism like back in the day. You know what I mean? And like just like really like just like integrated and moved on with his life into like, you know, into science. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? But like he's still like an
He's got the
objectivist
core
at
concept
heart.
there.
Yeah, yeah. Like he's an older dude, you know? Like that's definitely a possibility.
Science is a bit like democracy. It's the best way of understanding nature. No, it's the worst way of understanding nature. It's better than anything else we have. I'm quoting Churchill apparently on his comments about democracy. And we stumble along. Most of it is stumbling along. And I think all a lecture like this is meant to do is to sort of make the stumbling in a bit more in this direction than that direction. And how do we deal with these matters? For example, your lecture today, you're opening up this whole question. So how do we step into such a system which has many space-time scales? And they're interlocked in interesting ways, and they may not be locked in any uniform way. That is to say, a scale at this length and time may not actually be affecting this particular short time scale, but is affecting this particular short time scale. We don't know these things. And tools are being developed, and I would say within the past half century, we have made some. That's why we're here, actually.
Look at his fucking hand movements and shit, bro.
Mm.
Pretty hard on anything on complex systems. I think we went to the first brain.
Like, bro, I understand like I understand exactly what he's referring to, and there's so much like deeper things to what he's saying right now. Like there's so much deeper shit to what he's saying right now that he's actually
I'm
referring
now
to,
pointing to
like the body of like research and stuff that he's referring to right now, right? But like he's keeping it light. He's expressing it, you know, lightly. Like, you know, he's not getting too deep. He's not going too deep into that, you know.
now voyance here when we're done.
How's it
Yeah.
work now?
Nah.
We had a conference on the brain as a non-linear dynamical system. It's 1982. And how many complex system centers are there? Well, there are quite a few now, but in our youth, Armin Harry was a great 100-meter runner.
What did you guys talk about? Just like
We're
summarize.
watching this lecture.
We're finishing
Yeah,
it
they
up.
were what? They were ending a lecture, and they're streaming it on YouTube.
Like,
So.
yeah, so you can watch the VOD back.
Okay. That's cool. What channel do I look for?
I posted it in
6
VC
minutes.
text and in the side chat.
Just post it again in vids. Just put it in vids.
I'll put it in vids.
I'll pin it. I'll pin it in vids.
Okay.
Alrighty, are we gonna finish this last
Interesting.
minute?
Gee, did you see the meme that I made yesterday?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it.
Oh, the meme you made? Okay.
It was with the help of Sakura and someone else.
Yeah, it was.
Rose, I think.
I chuckled a little bit.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
All right, let's keep watching.
So are you guys leaving right now or what?
We're almost done. We're almost done.
As soon as this is done, I'm gonna go use the bathroom and then I'm gonna go lay down.
Okay.
You want to go to sleep because it's like 10 p.m. and we've been here since.
Bro, we got.
We've been here
Shut up,
since
bro.
like
2 minutes, bro. Let him finish, Doug.
Okay.
I know, but I can't grab all of it, so you're just gonna have to tell me.
Bruh.
I often think I'm one of the most conservative scientists. I think the alternative views are more radical. I think they're more stepping outside the ordinary domain of science. I see this being more continuous with the ordinary domains of science, rather than Rudyard Kipling stories, which I often see, often as causes for self. But I'm saying I think once we get pointed, we can move. So once we began to understand that geometry could be not of Euclidean forms, but could be of these rather peculiar entities called fractal, then all of a sudden we saw that some of the many irregularities that confront us in science could in fact be addressed quantitatively. They were just different tools. And some of them had been hidden in mathematics for almost, say, Weierstrass functions, for example, been sitting around. No one wanted to do with them. They were miserable, dirty, ugly. Not even functions, people said. And then all of a sudden you trot them out. Oh, look at this thing. It's exactly what we need for this problem. So someone was doing DFA today, and DFA is based upon those functions. That's where those tools come from. So
Yeah, you can really see the motivations here. I think right now is actually like where he was like writing his book, Lectures on Perception. Like during like when he was doing these lectures, doing this lecture specifically. Like he was starting to write lectures on perception and put it all together. And you could really see like you know, like he brings it out in lectures on perception like a lot. It talks about like the right physics and mathematics. Like really gets into that, like talks about fractal stuff, multifractal stuff, and like measurement, and like geometry, like non-Euclidean geometries and stuff.
And make sure we continue to build the tools that now will be appropriate to these issues. That's what I'd like to see. Once you point them out, and you think of where we are today, again, just using fractal as an example. Once Mr. Mandelbrot got on top of his presses, critics, and he still has critics, of course, right? Even when at his death, there were still people who were quite unhappy with the math he'd introduced into the world.
Yeah, and he was basically like fucking predicting the future here, basically, bro. Because like multifractal analysis has actually become really useful in like ecological psychology, like especially Damien Kelty Stephen. He has a lot of work on this, like incorporating multifractal analysis to study behavior and like the long range correlations like in the patterns in behavior, so we can start to identify like these variables, like the right variables.
Alright. Yeah, we got 30 seconds left, and then I can go take a massive fucking shit.
There's always been loads of miserable mathematicians that people hated, whose tools we then use long after they're dead. There are some people who never get rewarded until long after they're dead. I hope that's not true for any of you here. Okay, I think I'm done.
Let's go.
Okay, I think I'm done. Let's go.
Okay, I think I'm done.
Man,
Nice.
I've watched this lecture so many times, dog. And, like every time it's just like I still learn shit. Like for some reason, like every time I watch this lecture, I still learn a lot.
We did it, guys.
All right. Any closing thoughts?
I think we just gotta leave it at that, bro, and like just see what happens. Let people watch this. Watch the whole thing.
Hopefully people enjoyed doing this and we learned something. You know, I think it was
Yeah, I
fun to
mean,
do. It was good fun.
we made a
I
lot
don't know, a
out of
little long,
this. I
but it's fine.
mean, we've been live for like 6 hours, if you count the
Yeah,
VOD.
it went on a little bit long.
I mean, what do you guys
Other than
think?
that, it's good.
Do you guys have any closing thoughts? I mean, like just like overall, like what did you think about the lecture? Like I don't know if you guys watched that lecture before. I've watched it a bunch of times before.
I watched. You gave it to me specifically about the entailment stuff, but yeah, I thought all of that stuff before then is, I would say, pretty important to understanding how we can actually ground entailment, because
Right.
once you realize that it's just like a necessity is literally just a part of the like all these thermodynamic principles, and that it's literally all from first principles. Like you can't, once you run into somebody who's arguing against that, you can't, there's nothing else to talk about really.
Yeah, you could see like just how like I've already like integrated that somewhat, like, and like I've been able to apply that in a bunch of different ways and a bunch of different arguments. So you can see like in Zulu server and in my server, like how like I've applied that, right, like the laws of thermodynamics, just to argue like just basic stuff.
Mhm.
And I don't know, like if just like what you've seen, like from like the way I've used that, right, like in debates and stuff, like I don't know if that's like helped you, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I still need to learn more about thermodynamics. Like I need to figure out what like I want to get to a point where I'm asked a question and I can just I know that like thermodynamics can answer this,
Right.
because it's just like there's like specific keywords almost that you can pick up, and it's like, oh yeah, this is
Yeah,
thermodynamics.
it's just like these concepts are just like they have just like a humongous amount of like explanatory power, like just purely like economical terms, like economizing, right? Like the unit perspective, right, with an objectivist epistemology, where you're trying to economize, not knowledge is economical, right? It's very integrative, like this, like that's what I mean, like they have that, like, so much explanatory power, in that sense.
Mm.
It helps you connect a lot of things, make a lot of connections across various like fields, and like you know uh just like understanding like principles, for various different things, like, and how principles work, like, generally,
Mm-hmm.
like, especially like the impredicativity stuff, like with Rosen, like, and the logic of complexity, like incorporating that, like the thermodynamic stuff alone, like it's like you need like the logic of complexity stuff, from Rosen, really, to really like bring out like it's like it's real like power, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Turvey also saw that. Definitely, Turvey saw that.
Alrighty. Well, I think that's it. I don't think there's any more people with closing thoughts.
JM, come on, say something.
I was gonna ask Voyant if they have anything to say to the stream as the
No,
late
bro.
entry.
You can't fucking just like defer to fucking Voyant. Say something, dog.
Come on, JM. Prove that you've been paying
Come
attention.
on, bro.
I have had a difficult time integrating a lot of this, to be honest, because
Come on,
I should
bro.
have
You just gotta. It takes
I wasn't.
effort.
I could have rewatched the intro to ecological psychology before this if I knew this was coming up. But yeah, I thought it was anything to try a stream. I think I had fun. I think it went on a little long. I at one point I managed to get 3 likes on the video, even though I'm pretty sure I'm the only person who liked the video. So
I liked it.
that's funny. Okay.
I liked it.
Okay. Okay, never mind. Like, well, it almost worked then. And yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing to try. And I guess we could try it again. Maybe we should have it more scheduled and set up.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
better.
like, bro. That's why, like, we just gotta do it. I think once we've done it now, like, it's gonna, like, people are gonna actually want to participate in this. You know what I mean? They're gonna watch it and be like, yeah, this is like a useful thing to like do. You know, like this is what we should be doing. You know?
Yeah, the beginning was a little rough, but yeah.
Yeah.
Took a little bit to get going.
Let me generate a new link and paste it in the chat so that anyone who's watching can come in.
I posted.
Oh yeah.
In, the chat.
Post the fucking server link, I guess, like in the chat. I mean, nobody's gonna fucking watch this shit. Really.
Yeah, no one's gonna watch it, but yeah, you can post
not yet
in the comments.
Nobody's gonna be watching these yet. That's not in the server, right? But like,
Yeah, or you
eventually
can post
we'll
it
get
in the
there.
comments after the video upload. After
Yeah,
live
you can
streaming,
do that
paste it in
too.
the comments.
Well, you'll take
I
this
don't
and
know.
run with it. Don't worry. You'll
Yeah.
cool.
People
You'll
are
be
like,
oh, watch this video. Watch this video.
Yeah. Not just me. Like, I bet a bunch of people will fucking like from Eddie and like Alan, probably like a bunch of other people, like probably you.
Yeah, if I can't put it
refer
into
to.
better words. I mean, I'm gonna watch this and integrate it all myself anyway. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I posted some memes in chat. Hope that appeared in the video. So hopefully someone enjoys that, but they probably won't. I'm pretty sure I'm probably the only person to see that. But whatever. It was a good thing to attempt that we could try and retry it and next, whenever people have time and
Yeah.
or just set
I
up a
don't know.
schedule and then what happens.
I'll have time tomorrow since tomorrow's Sunday, but we'll see what's going on with everybody tomorrow.
Alrighty.
I mean, we could just do it again where we try and whoever comes, you just try and get everyone. Obviously, Zeltec can't come because I'm pretty sure he's going to an Adjectivist conference or something.
Yeah. But if we do it, we can watch the other Turvey lecture. That's actually a lot shorter. It's like 40 something minutes long, not an hour and 20.
Alrighty.
Have a good night, everyone. Or maybe not night if you don't go to sleep at night, which honestly I don't normally do.
Good night.
So,
have a good morning. Have a good evening. Wherever you are.
Have a good time of day, or whatever time of day it is, wherever you are.
Are you ending the stream?
Yep, I'm ending it right now. Say goodbye.
Okay, bye everyone. Streaming people.